Good morning, Supervisor Fowler.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am very good. I woke up early and ready to go.
Morning, Supervisor Fowler. Good.
I'm always ready to go. Well, not always, but today I am. And I was able to log in early. Yay. I had to
That's the most important part.
yeah, yesterday I thought, okay, it's time. And then I couldn't, it's like, uh-oh, what's going on? So today I thought I better get in right away. I'm not holding everybody. So that's always a little embarrassing when that happens. It's like, okay, where is she? Again. How's everything? Lots of things happening too fast.
Yeah, lots of things happening. Good. Keeping our head above water. We're working on rolling out Salesforce, but things are good. Busy.
Yeah. I have, I guess, I'm on an international panel today. I found trying to, you guys are helping with me with that. And then we just learned that I'm also, I guess, making a statement today too, an interview or something. And I'm saying, I'm supposed to be in a budget meeting. What is going on? Why is everything being booked during this time?
Yeah, I was looking at your talking points for the Navajo Nation one. They look pretty good. I think that will be interesting. That's exciting that you're part of that.
Yeah, and that I just figure, hey, it's a way to advertise our um our county here.
Yeah. Okay, we're recording now, so we'll stop our small talk.
Uh-oh.
Thanks, Lena. I want to make sure I have everything up and going by the time everything starts.
Yeah, okay.
Claire,
Hi, Lindsay.
hey, I just made you host. Can you make me co-host?
Yep.
Thank you.
You should be good now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think everything is up and running. It is 8 o'clock, but we still are waiting on others, so we'll give it a few more minutes. Thank you to everyone that has joined us. We just found out that the start time did get pushed back to 8:30 today. So we will rejoin at 8:30, or you guys are more than welcome to stay on. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Is that right?
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Judy.
Oh, hi. How are you doing down there?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm looking forward to getting back up the mountain, but for now, this is just fine.
Oh, okay. Well, everything went well, I assume.
It did, yes, and
That's good.
she's somewhat mobile, which is good. She's been able to kind of get around on the walker by herself, so I think
Aw.
it's a success.
Oh, cool. That's good. That's good. Okay.
Ta-da. Lovely.
Steve, I think your speaker or your microphone, can you test your microphone?
Is that Steve doing the Mickey Mouse there? Not working. Mine's working, right, Lindsay?
Yes, yours is good.
Cool. Neato, peachy Q. Let's test Geronimo. Is your speaker working?
I believe so. I just was muted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, let's see, Patrice, how are you doing out there?
I am doing just fine. Thank you.
Oh, and your speaker works great. Fantastic. Judy, how are you doing? Good morning.
I'm doing fine. Bright-eyed, bushy tail.
All right.
Ah,
Good morning, everyone. Is my
Good morning.
speaker okay too?
Yes, it is. Works
Okay.
quite well.
Mr. Chair, is my mic working better?
It is. It is, Steve.
Thank you.
You got rid of the Mickey Mouse.
So
What'd you do?
where's
Just
Steve?
Will tickle in my throat.
did you just turn it off and turn it back on?
Me, I went out completely and came back on.
Okay. Know what to do for myself next time on it. Lena, how about you? Let's test you out there.
Good morning. Ate.
Good morning.
All is well.
Oh, fantastic. The sun rose and we did too, huh?
What's on the air?
Alive and kicking and ready for the next day. Okay, well, let's see, we're at 8:30. And so we have a special session. We were posted for 8, but we opted that we're going to go start out at 8:30. And this will provide an opportunity for us to move into our discussions today on the budget, which we have lined up. And we, I think everybody knows, but just in case you don't know, we had to swap the treasurer with the recorder because of personal business that they needed to take care of. And so that should work out well with that. And so probably, usually what we try and do each day, we'll see more and more. So for the sake of the board, oh gosh, I should have brought this up yesterday, or I have this question from yesterday, or, maybe we want to flag another piece. It provides us that opportunity. We check in the morning, we check in the evening. We get worn out. Maybe we don't have a brain to discuss in the evening, and we try and do it in the morning. For all you morning folk out there. Yeah.
we know who that is.
The sun goes down and so do I, It's one of those party conversations. When were you born? And most often, if you're a nighttime person, you were probably born at night. So Steve,
is that true? Is that a scientific statement?
I just said it's a social discussion. It's party
okay.
discussion.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to get a study done. It's like telling astronomers that you're really interested in astrology or something like that. So Steve,
Okay.
we'll get on a serious note with Steve Peru.
Sure.
From the management side. What do we have going on?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, today's schedule at 9 o'clock, we'll have the treasurer followed by the recorder. And then at 10:30, we have the public fiduciary. Then we do a lunch break from noon to 1. At 1 p.m. is health and human services. And at 2:30 is community development. And then 3:30 to 5, we're slated for wrap up for this day. We do have, I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, did you want to go around the room with the board to see if they had any check-in items that they wanted to let us know about before then we go into, we've got a follow-up slide from yesterday to show you some of the information that came from some of the discussion yesterday that Siri and the team have put together, but we will do that after the board does their morning check-in on items that they want to let us know about.
Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds great. So let me turn it over. Let's check in and see. Comments, questions, observations. Really, it allows for a good opportunity. As we're going through discovery here too, and it's not like a budget is easy. It's pretty complicated. There are many layers to it. So. Look at this. We have, are we bashful or is everybody just feeling okay right now? I know we're just beginning.
Most of us were born at night, Matt.
All right.
I was born at 5 a.m., so I'm like ready to go. Matt and I usually text each other about 5 a.m.
So, in seriously, I am very, very pleased with the overview yesterday. I have to say it was, had a little trepidation about going forward with the budget process. And I just want to say that Sarah, you did a great job, and Steve and the rest of the staff really outlining it, and with the documents, et cetera. I feel much more comfortable. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be fun.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Patrice. Others?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I think we're quiet because we're ready to go, chomping at the bit to get into these reports. But yeah, looking forward to some good reports. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Geronimo. Judy?
I'm just sitting here thinking, oh, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day and a good week and all next week, because I love budgets. I've had an opportunity to do budgets for like $68 million at one point in time. So it's a lot of work with so many various departments and stuff like that. So I also think that, the way it's put, the presentations are being put together is something that's really nice. And so I just wanted to say, I'm ready for today, and all the information that was provided to us, I enjoyed that yesterday also. So I just wanted to thank all the staff, whoever was involved. I know there's a lot of people involved, all the departments and supervisors, department heads, and things like that. And then plus the county manager, and of course, Siri and her and John. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to them, and I'm looking forward to today. Thank you.
All right. Well, it sounds like you probably, as a nighttime person, you probably sat up with rapt attention reading Siri's auditor's manual that she sent off, right?
Oh, geez. I did a little bit, but I was born 11:56 p.m. on July 4th. So,
oh. All
so
right.
I'm not a day person, I guess. Okay.
I was 10:05 July 6th.
Wow.
10:05 a.m. All right, Lena.
Thank you, Siri and staff, for the follow-up emails yesterday. It was very helpful, and being able to have it in hand really does make a difference, and to write our notes on these handouts that are being provided. I think that the outlook looks very positive with our sessions that are coming up. So I will be, I'm going to be missing a couple of sessions maybe today, or part of the sessions, because I am on a panel, and there's an interview that I have to be involved in as well. So just want to give everyone a heads up. All right, thank you.
But as you had noted, you had reached out and talked to Steve about it. You will be reaching out to the departments as well, as you.
Yes, and
yeah.
If whatever sessions I do miss, I will make sure that I follow up with Siri and the departments. Thank you.
Yeah, and along that line, try as we may, every once in a while we get caught in something that we can't attend. But if we can get everybody to continue to attend, it's really very important. But sometimes, try as we may, we get caught up in other county business, or emergencies happen. So let's see. Mine, acknowledgement to staff. Absolutely, you guys are burning the candle at night after we get done what we're doing. We really appreciate everything you put in. Noting, Siri, that your department also is shorthanded. you're all doing yeoman's share of the work there. We really appreciate it, and are counting on you as well as everybody else as we progress through this. So on that, I'll swing back to Steve on this. Okay, Steve, you have a PowerPoint or
Yes,
whatever?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we do have some follow-ups from yesterday. I'll ask Siri to share the screen and we'll go over those with you at this time.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. And I think actually John is pulling it up right now. And screen sharing is not my forte. Okay. So here is what we have so far, just as a reminder, Chair Ryan and members of the board from yesterday. So we planned a few activities for this morning, or a few review topics for this morning, and then we have future follow-up items as well. So just to orient you to the process, generally in the morning, we will start with a slide similar to this to make sure, again, that we are capturing everything from that parking lot that the board would like to see. So this is what we have from yesterday. We will have later discussions on secure rural schools. Tomorrow, actually, we'll do that discussion. Additionally, we have additional information on property taxes. And then our reserve policy, we have the data that was requested yesterday ready to go for when time allows. So for today, one of the things we wanted to check in on was the 10-year plan. I know it was a lot of information at the end of yesterday. So we did want to see if there were any additional questions. We had a couple to answer. So the first one was the FTE impact. So 1 FTE on the 10-year plan. So we did take the cost of the approximate cost fully loaded with benefits and all of the employer related expenses for a grade 12 employee, which is about the middle of our grade structure. And the cost of that in year one, so the first year that it would be added into the 10-year plan, is approximately $80,000 for each FTE. Now, remember, we have growth factors built into the 10-year plan. So we know that our cost of benefits increases over time, and we have those planned salary increases in. So that same employee, by the end of the 10-year plan, so by fiscal year 30, the expense impact is about $107,000 per FTE. So I want to pause and see, is there any other FTE information I can share or track down? Does that help answer your question? You know, any other direction on that, I guess.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horstman has a question.
Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, and thanks, Siri, for that information. My other question had to do with, I know that there were employees that were frozen and so were not replaced. And I know that we're looking to replace them in 2021. And I guess my question is, how many are we looking at? Do we know how many full FTEs that were frozen that we are looking to replace here in 2022?
If I could, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Horstman, so when we're looking at the positions that are held right now, frozen, if you will, we're not necessarily replacing them, we're unfreezing them. I just want to clarify your language.
So they're frozen. Are they going to continue? And thank you for the terminology, Steve. Are they going to continue to be held for 2022?
No.
And so I guess I need to know that number.
Okay, we'll get that for you.
Okay.
Yeah, so the budget has been built predicated on July 1st positions that have been held for 21 would be released for hire. We do have had some positions throughout the year
Yes.
that have been released for hire.
Yes.
Based on specific needs and the work of that particular position. I do want to say though that we are also going to be looking at possibly unfreezing, or since freezing is a vernacular, unfreezing positions possibly prior to July 1st as well. So we're going to be looking at the budget impact of that as well.
Okay, and thanks, Stephen. That's what I was just trying to get the breakdown of, you know, how many are we? I mean, I really don't know. I don't know if we're talking about 5. I don't know if we're talking about 20. And I think that that'd be good for us to know.
Yeah,
And by the way, I know that people are wanting, besides those that have been held, that hopefully will then be filled. I know that there are additional FTEs that various departments are also asking for. So that's why I would like to know, and quite frankly, it'd be great to have a breakdown by department too. on those positions that have been held that are expected to be released. And I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but I think you got what I mean.
I did. And also I want to say, when we use the word budget impact, I want that to, I sincerely do not want, one of our team members to feel like I'm an impact. No, it is not. And to use budget impact when we're talking about our team members, it certainly is not a disrespectful term to our team. It is our human capital is the largest portion of our budget, and we're proud of that. But I also want us to make sure that for me, when we're talking about budget impact, it is in no way, it is not a burden. It is we love the team, and we want to be respectful of that. So that's on me, not on the board. Just for me, when I'm talking about budget impact, it is.
And I agree. And obviously, county government, local government is about service to the community and the people that we serve. That's our reason for existing. So, and we can't exist and we can't fulfill that responsibility without a dedicated, competent, professional team and staff. So I get that. I mean, no disrespect. I would just like to know. So it'd just be helpful for me. So
that information. Thank you. And I think Supervisor Begay had a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, please, Judy.
Chair Ryan,
Yes.
I got to learn how to say that. I always just jump in and say, I want to speak. I want to speak. But anyway, Chair Ryan, I have a little post-it in front of me that says Chair Ryan on there.
Oh, no.
I think we just kind of got together. We talked about a lot of stuff, and I've known you for a long time, and I think that's the reason why. But anyway, nonetheless, this question is for Steve. What percentage of our total budget is used for personnel costs overall?
Okay, I'm going to ask Siri. It's probably over in excess of 60%, but I'm going to check in with Siri on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Gay. That is correct. It depends on how we look at it. If we're talking about the general fund, it's a lot higher. We have about 50 million of salary and benefit costs in the general fund out of our total expenses of 62.7 million before transfers out, that we'll clarify in a minute. So about 2/3 of our general fund is personnel. When we look at the all funds perspective, it's a little bit lower because we have some maintenance of effort transfers and things that go between departments and our mandated payments out to the state that are of significant dollars. And so it is still around 50% though.
So
50%, 50%.
And that's for the all funds, for the general.
For all
funds. Yeah, for the all funds, it's 50, but for the general fund, it's about 66%, 2/3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Lucinda would like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And so I think in terms of this whole process with the vacancy review board and what transpired over this time, I think one thing to really acknowledge is that a number of departments came forward in that process knowing that a goal had been set by the board to reduce the budget, as Siri mentioned yesterday. And so a number of departments came forward and said, we will retain a certain number of positions vacant to be able to contribute to that goal of a reduction. Again, back on that dire prediction last May. So that varied. Some positions were only kept vacant for 3 months, some for a couple months, some for only a month, some for the entire year. I mean, it varied from position to position. That's why there isn't, like a specific answer that's across the board, because we didn't say, oh no, nobody can fill. In fact, I think if you asked Joanne and I, who served on that, I can't recall one position that we said they could not fill. Now, there were discussions that went on with departments about what to fill when. And again, some agreed to keep a position open. For example, Parks and Rec, their assistant director. She used that as an opportunity, as a developmental opportunity within her organization. Now she's come forward recently, like 2 weeks ago, asked to have that filled. Her goal is to have that filled by July 1st, but she kept that vacant. She had agreed to keep it vacant. She kept her commitment. And now she's going to move forward with filling that position. So some got filled immediately. The moment they came to us and said, hey, we need to fill this, it got filled. And the vast majority fell into that category. So it's not an easy to say this happened, that happened, and that's why. We're not trying to avoid the answer. And I think we're working with Erica to see if we can put together some of that data or information for you, but that's why it feels a little sketchy. So
Okay, thank you.
but know that overall, people made commitments, they kept their commitments, and those commitments vary. So
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think the piece of the context of the conversation is associated with the need for that $3 million. And so, a piece of the question that comes about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Patrice, is so we have vacancies. How much did we achieve pursuing that objective? It gives a better understanding of cause and impact. In terms of the unfreezing, it's not like we took the positions away from the department. So overall, they are in the budget. They are going to be in the proposed budgets. And then the other thing that has the potential of being in play, as noted, is that we had with our discussion yesterday is the additional FTEs, where to consider them, what are our possibilities associated with this budget as we work through the next 2 weeks on this. So let's see, where are we? Follow-up items. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, next we're going to go on to the 21 budget strategies update. And this is part of the tenure.
Thank you. If we can go to the next slide, I think it addresses some of the questions that have come up. So where were we on? We talk about 3 million, but 4 million in total with our normal vacancy savings that we also tend to achieve. So we had a $4 million target, and here's a summary of how we achieved that target. I know yesterday I want to correct something I said where I said we were falling short in our vacancy savings, where I'm circling. We did have a target in total of 2.5 million. And when I go back and do an analysis, comparing it to the department forecasts that were entered, that's the data we typically use as departmental forecasts. I think we can achieve I think we're on track to achieve the 2.5 million in total vacancy savings. Sometimes what happens, departments are asked to put in forecasts for the year. And a lot of times they may assume they're going to fill a position, for example, and then it doesn't happen maybe on the timeline. So I know, for example, the departmental forecasts we entered for finance, we were really hoping to fill 2 of our positions by now. We've had a couple of failed searches, so we're going to have more vacancy savings than we forecasted. So if we just apply, our year-to-date expenses for salary and then project out for the rest of the year based on what we're seeing per pay period for expenses, we are on track to achieve our target of 2.5 million. Those savings don't always track exactly with what the actions that happened when people were requesting to fill vacancies. So what I mean by that is that sometimes departments may have held a position open, but had offsetting expenses above budget for overtime wages. So it kind of dilutes the efforts that took place. So what I would like to do is give a summary of this 2.5 million by department in total dollars versus the positions, if I can, because sometimes the impact of holding a position was much less when departments were able to utilize temp wages, a less expensive backfill, and then overtime, if that makes sense. So really we can look at it from the dollars and percentage of budget perspective as well. So we'll follow up with that information. But starting at the top, so these were the strategies that got us to the $4 million in total. We had over forecasted the elections expense needs originally in the budget. So we were able to recapture both through on the revenue side, additional revenue from charges to those other entities that are on the ballot, and then lower expenses, some election expenses compared to what we planned. Facilities leases, this is the IT facility. And so the savings from not completing that lease during this year. We had a reduction in our mandated payments from the original amount that was sent by the state. In one area, we have some others where it's been higher, and we've gone to the board and asked for increases. But we had one in particular, and I think it was our access payment that was lower than originally communicated to us by $300,000. We had some other expenses, the park flag. We did a revenue reallocation to the general fund of 30,000 from another area, utility savings. We halted our vacation buyback program. That was about 175,000. And then the department contributions. So this is the last piece where we met with departments and asked again, what capacity did they have, knowing that, for example, travel was not taking place as it normally had. Where did they think that they would have savings with less impact than maybe in a normal year, just given the circumstances of COVID. And so that was $456,000 of budget savings for that total then of just above our target by $32,000.
All right, questions? Yeah, I'd be curious, not now, we're running out of time, but the elections piece, I'd be curious about that one. Other pieces, what do you have, Steve?
Okay, after this, Sarah can go back, John can go back to the original slide. I think we can stop here, Mr. Chair. We can cover the bottom half of the slide at the end of the day. So we can stay on track. We are about 3 minutes away tonight from 9 o'clock. And I know that I can see we have Recorder Patty Hansen on deck.
I think we flip-flopped, I believe, that Sarah's going first and Patty's going second. Double check on that. So Steve, I know John lined out, the presentation and what's been asked of the department. Typically you would step in and do an introduction. As I didn't talk to you ahead of time on this, but is that your intent of how you would like to approach each one of these? Siri, how do you want to do it?
Yeah, I'll basically just let y'all know that in this case we have our treasurer, Sarah Benatar, on deck. Mr. Chair, her budget materials, of course, are in your booklets, in your binders. And the format we've shared with the departments and the elected officials on the format to follow. So at this point, it would be appropriate at this time to introduce and make sure that we have video and audio with our treasurer, and we can proceed.
Okay, sounds good. And then you'll give us an idea of, how your discussions and recommendations are as we proceed. All right, well, let's test it out and see if you're out there, Sarah. I see your photo now. How's your speaker working?
Can you hear me okay, Chairman Ryan?
I can. I certainly can. All right. Okay, anything else, Steve?
No, I think we're good, Mr. Chair. We can proceed with our treasurer.
Well, for the sake of the board, probably there, but if you're not there, it's I believe item J is what this is under for Sarah's report that she has. And so I want to welcome you, Sarah. We have the full board here right now. And I believe John's outlined the procedures, the opportunity of the welcome, get into your department overview, funding requests, and then an opportunity for us to discuss. And I believe we have 45 minutes to go ahead and do this. So Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan and members of the board, County Manager Peru, and staff who are on here. Thank you, first of all, for allowing Recorder Hansen and I to switch, and thank you to Recorder Hansen for accommodating. I'm Sarah Benatar, the County Treasurer. Today is Chief Deputy Treasurer Sue Waka and our new Administrative Manager for our office, Sharon David. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And hopefully, can you see the presentation?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I thought, I walk through this presentation and give a quick overview of our office, and at the same time talk about some highlights where we are today, and then feed into our request for the upcoming budget year. So the treasurer's office, we are most known for property tax collections, but in reality, that's at most about 25% of what our office actually does. We are also the bank for all the different taxing entities. So every school district, fire district, hospital district, improvement district, CCC, and of course the county itself and all the departments within there. We're the custodian of all those dollars. There's a lot that goes into our banking division. And we are also the investment portfolio manager. So I'll go a little bit into that, but we do manage the Poland investment portfolio for all those different entities, which in Coconino County, I believe there's about 44 different taxing or different special districts, and that also includes municipalities, CCC and the county. I believe about 41 of them are actively taxing property taxes right now. So quick overview of our banking services, and we have expanded significantly in this area for a number of factors. And I know in the narrative that's in front of you, you can really dive in and get a better understanding of the very specific details, but just a very high level. We receive in all monies, all these districts receive, including county departments, so that's grants, property taxes, sales tax revenue that DOR sends us, other money that's coming from the state, federal funds, etc. We are responsible for disbursement of that, which really includes paying warrants, which are checks. So every single taxing district that issues a warrant, our office is responsible for ensuring that it's valid and has to make sure that it's accurate. We have to meet the statutory requirements to pay it within a certain time period. We also have to meet the debt service needs. So we become essentially the fiscal agent whenever schools, fire districts, other special districts go out for bonding. So that includes being at the table when bond closing, reviewing documents. Then we take over in terms of ensuring that the money is safe and accounted for, the disbursement process, making sure the repayment is happening, etc. We manage credit lines. We assist with district payroll taxes. We manage e-commerce for county departments, all county departments except for courts and parks and rec. And we have extended that to support some of our taxing districts as well. And, you know, just overall banking needs. We have over 70 accounts under the treasurer's umbrella. So that includes everything from providing statements, reports, user assistance, products, reviewing fees, etc. So, and the big thing, you know, daily reconciling accounts between historically, I'm going to say 220 to 300 million. As of today, cash on hand, and that includes our investments, we have over $333 million with us right now. So, what does that all mean in terms of the banking side? Well, all that put together, we have a lot of money that goes through our office. And here you can see, I really wanted to capture the 10-year trend because on top of, you know, all those services, 10 years ago, we weren't doing all that. There's been a lot of changes statutorily that's required more on our office. For example, 10 years ago, departments, districts, they would receive their own money from the state of Arizona. That includes every single state agency. That changed a couple years back for legislation. It now all goes into one bank account that our office then has to reconcile. We have to identify, work with the department or the taxing district to be able to receipt those monies into our account. So that's, again, just one example of a significant statutory change that shifted a lot more work onto our staff. And I want to start by saying we have, in the last over 20 years, had one UFTE. So right now, including the elected treasurer, because I am elected, and my appointed chief deputy, there's 9 of us. So if you remove myself and the chief deputy, that's a full-time staff of 7. So this year, historically, we had seen roughly between $700 million coming through our office. We are on track right now to actually exceed 900 million this fiscal year. So as of the end of April, we had 768 million go through our office. We usually see about another 75 in May and June. That would put us well over the 900 million. And that's not even accounting for example, the ARP monies that would have to be receipted into our office, for example. So it's pretty significant. We've never been in the situation where we're getting close to $1 billion that my office is responsible for ensuring the safety of and reconciling and just the physical management of that. So of the funds on deposit, schools make up about 44%. This fluctuates, but about the bulk of the money with us does usually belong to school districts, county, and that's all the county departments. That includes courts, the various different appointed and elected departments as well. Special districts, so that's your fire districts, your improvement districts, your hospital districts, CCC. The state funds, those are funds that the courts in sheriff's office, for example, collect that then we are responsible for remitting to the state treasurer every month and providing special reporting on. Cities and by county, those are those cities that kind of fall between two counties, for example, city of Sedona. We collect property taxes for the Sedona School District, and then we remit them to Yavapai County because they do manage those, they do provide the baking services versus us providing that to them. And then the treasurer's office, we do have funds that are allocated just for treasury. That's really more along the lines of excess proceeds, for example. So anytime you see a house unfortunately being foreclosed on due to the inability to pay their mortgage, the mortgage company forecloses. If there's any excess, and they keep their piece of what's due. Any excess funds have to be deposited with the county treasurer's office, which then we manage. And then there is a civil action through the court, and we have to then disperse based off of things laid out in statute. So that's kind of the funds that fall under there. So I had talked about loans and debt going through our office. As you can see, again, it's grown significantly. As of right now, there is almost $87 million between credit lines, bond debt service, and other loans that we are managing, and the fiscal agent for our taxing districts. So that is schools and fire districts specifically. And we do actually have we have a improvement district that's in here as well. So again, the dollar amount, the capacity, the work in our office has grown significantly. And, we have a lot of different things in our portfolio. And I think I've just touched a little bit from the excess proceeds, the reporting that we have to do to the states. When you think about audit, we're not just involved in the county audit, we're involved in every single taxing district audit. We are also involved in government property lease excise tax, GIPLET audits. We are involved in special audits for schools. There's a bunch of reporting requirements that have come through that require us to report not just to DOR, but to the JLBC. So again, it's just this huge array of stuff that we're doing, yet we're very, very small. Property tax data that has we've had over 10,000 new parcels since 2010, and the dollar amount has steadily increased as well. So you think about it, 10,000 new parcels, that's more people paying taxes, more transactions coming through, also more phone calls. So right now we're averaging about 100 phone calls a day, unfortunately. There's no way for us to be on top of it. So if you think about it, we're getting an average 100 phone calls a day, sometimes more, sometimes less. We're also getting 900 million going through. So we're staying busy. Our investment portfolio has grown almost 100 million. And I want to just touch on this very, very quickly. I just looked at the numbers and we are going to deploy. So as of 4:30, we had 260 million. As of today, we have 271 million in investments. We are planning on deploying another 30 to 40 million. So we are looking to have an investment portfolio of over $300 million by the end of fiscal year. That has never happened in Coconino County. We are, the counties that have exceeded 300 million investment portfolios have been Maricopa, Pima, and Pinal. So we are doing great in terms of making sure that we are keeping our district's money safe, and we're growing it, but that takes a lot of responsibility. So I personally manage about close to 90% of this overall investment portfolio. I do have a certified government investment professional certification designation, CGIP. So those are now, when you see my emails, that's what the CGIP after my name means. So this is a huge responsibility. This is where we can get in a lot of trouble from. I go back to Orange County in California, and unfortunately their county treasurer in the 90s did some very poor investment decisions and bankrupted the county. And for us, that is something I very much worry about and make sure that we stay on top of. So again, we have grown in over $100 million. So, sorry, my dog is deciding to bark. At least it's not the baby crying. $100 million in 10 years. So again, things are growing significantly, and with more growth comes more sophistication and complications. I just want to touch, part of the investment management also means that we are gaining a rate of return for our portfolio. So last year, our rate of return for FY20 was 1.52. We did great, especially during COVID. And that's because our investments, I have a strategic plan, because I'm strange like that, I guess. I have a strategic plan for our investments to make sure that we can weather pretty much anything that comes our way. And this really is reflective of that. The 2-year treasury, because our duration is about 2 years. So this is, I know it's a low benchmark, but it's kind of the best one right now to use based off the duration of the portfolio. You can see 0.16 was the 2-year treasury, and we were at 0.15. Right now, for the first 3 quarters of FY21, we're at 0.72, and the 2-year treasury, it's still at 0.16. So yeah, we had a little bit, we did have some get called because they were unfortunately high yields. And given the current near zero rates right now, and the Fed's keeping it that way through the end of FY22, but we're still doing good, we're beating the benchmark. And that's just really what this is. When you look at the Great Recession, the 10-year treasury rate, it dipped and then it picked up again to where it was. This is continuing, so we're not seeing that immediate pickup. If anything, we're going to see another year of, unfortunately, unless the Feds change their mind, but they've been pretty set on they're not raising rates until FY22, so they're going to be at near zero, so this graph will continue that way. So all that leads me to my ask and kind of where we're at. So, on top of all of this I just discussed, we're doing a lot of other things. So it's really important to provide our services throughout the county. And so we partnered with the recorder and the assessor's office to do services within reach, where we bring our services throughout the county multiple times a year. COVID unfortunately did put that program on pause, but once things start to open up, hopefully we can explore going and doing that again. But we do work with taxing districts across the county. We do go out and we do presentations to the board. I was just out at Summit. My very first in-person meeting was with Summit Fire District a couple weeks ago. And we've gone out and we've held district meetings in the western part of the county, all the way down to Forest Lakes, have had joint board meetings between their water improvement district and their fire district, and all the way up to Fredonia, we've also gone as well. So it's really important that we're engaged and supporting and really understand the needs of our districts and the communities there so we can better support them. Grand Canyon district needs are going to be different than Flagstaff Unified, than Tuba City Unified, than even, Forest Lakes Fire District. So we're really expanding that. Under COVID, we launched a treasurer's program where we have at least twice a month met with our special districts just to provide them with different information, everything from cash flow analysis, cybersecurity experts. We've got Moody's Financial in, et cetera. And so I'm really providing a robust training opportunity for our taxing districts. We are looking to hopefully expand that to in-person and some more fun things in the years to come. We are also looking to see if we can finally launch our official certificate training program with our office, hopefully in the next fiscal year. That's been a goal of mine for a while, and I feel like everything kind of pops up and puts that to the side burner. So we want to get moving with that. And we're also launching new products to make property tax payments more efficient. We were the first county in Arizona that accepted PayPal and Venmo for property tax payments. And we are actually one of the, I would say, one of the first 10 in the country. So we've been featured with PayPal on white papers. We've been featured in blogs for just our, we've gone and spoken with governing and a bunch of other organizations across the country on just more innovation in treasury management and taxation. And so we really try and make it where it's easier for our customers to access us and to pay us. And so we are trying and we are getting creative. But I have requested 2 SIRs, and that is an increase in our temp wages. We have the last couple of fiscal years just greatly exceeded the allocated temp wages because that's just the need in our office. And then a new FTE, and that's really, we are extremely understaffed, and we have, I think, exhausted all of our options. The last couple of fiscal years, we have always had staff from other departments assist us during the year, sometimes full-time. The last 15, 16 months, we have had at least one staff member close to full-time from another department helping us. And at our peak, we have had 7 staff from other departments helping us. To consistently do this over and over again, even prior to COVID, just isn't sustainable anymore. We are at best 2 weeks behind, at our worst 2 months behind. And it's a disservice not just to our taxpayers, but it's also a disservice to the county, to our taxing districts, because if we're delayed in receiving in money, that means that it's going to cost more because we're looking at credit lines, borrowing, things like that, because our office is delayed. So really needing just more support. Again, we've had 1 UFT in over 20 years, and really, as you've seen, we have grown significantly in our services, the dollar amounts coming through, the level of sophistication, the technology. And so we're pretty much beyond max capacity with our staff. And that's why we're requesting it. So I will stop there. I will stop sharing my screen. And I will just hang tight for any questions.
Sure. Mr. Chair, if I can make a couple of footnote comments, please.
Trying to find my mic. I found it. Yeah, go. Okay. Please, Steve.
Again, certainly what Madam Treasurer has provided today is very useful. It should be noted, of course, the constitutional duty of the treasurer is to provide services to all of the taxing jurisdictions, regardless of the number that we have. And so as we continue to grow, we're going to continue to see, of course, additional services that the treasurer's office is legally mandated to provide. In the treasurer, of course, let me just provide the statistics. Back in the year 2000, the recorder's office had 7.5 positions, and today it has 9. And so again, over the course of 20 plus years, you can see that the FTE count has been held, very flat. But again, at the same time, it is a needed resource. We have looked at, of course, the issue of temp wages. We are recommending that the funding for temp wages go through, but I do believe that the FTE should be definitely an item for follow-up with the board. I know we have other departments where we're going to have other discussions on FTE counts as well. But again, that would be a recommendation is to, as I said, The temp wages, when we continue, and this is good work. We have great temporary folks, and I think the treasurer refers them as permatemps. They know it well, they know it rotely, they know exactly how to do it, and each and every year they do it. But it's sometimes we always kind of do this one-time funding. Well, they're going to be here every year because it's seasonal work. It also provides the opportunity for us to make efficient use of resources so that we can staff up during the tax season and adjust the workload and the staffing accordingly. And so the temp wages are approved, or recommended rather. But again, I would like to bring back the FT for as a parking lot item later in your deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Treasurer.
All right. So also here's an opportunity for us to anything from Sarah's report or her discussion here to ask questions. I'm curious. You had. I was trying to find the second position requested. And I was looking in there. So just give us an idea of, the intent of the position and positions and your objectives associated with it, if you could, Sarah.
Absolutely. So it's an administrative specialist too. It would be joining, I call it our front counter team, but that's everything responsible, of course, what you think of receipting in the money, processing treasurer's receipts, journal entries, mail, answering phones, etc. But then there's other special projects that they assist with. So that's our records retention. We have to not only keep records for our office, but actually we do have to statutorily keep records for some of our taxing districts. So records retention is pretty significant for us. We also, of course, the services within reach. We have other special projects, our check scanning system. We also do our special districts, the reports out to them. Our mail projects, which are essentially trying to keep up to date. In the summer months with all of our return mail, we do try and do research and update those. It does save the county money versus us continuously mailing out notices to incorrect outdated addresses, etc. Split combos, those come out a lot. We have an increase in bankruptcies. So anytime there is a bankruptcy, whether it's a corporation or an individual in our county, we do get served. And unfortunately, that is something that the county attorney's office is very limited in what they can support us with, because if it's a corporation, they're not usually filing in Arizona. And so because of license issues, we are doing on our own. So proof of claim, following those, making sure we're getting paid, identifying pre-post petitions. So it's really filling and supporting some of these gaps in services that we do need support on.
Okay, and my understanding as I read through your report, and as I've also heard from you, is a piece of your struggle is retention with your people. On that, a question or if we get into these discussions, you understand if we do start moving with FTEs, we might not be able to do compensation or we might do a different version of that. Do you understand that?
I do understand that. And what we're starting to see in our office, unfortunately, we lost 2 staff, and part of the reason they left was because they could get paid the same exact money with about half the level of work. And so, I'm having staff saying, I'm doing the job of 2-3 people. Why don't we have more people here? And at some point, you can't pay them enough to deal with the level of stress and the workload. And I know right now the problem has become with our office, we can't keep people because they can get the same pay elsewhere with less work. So I understand that, but right now for us, it's become, it's keeping staff very stressed is 3%, I think, really worth the level of stress of being permanently 4 weeks behind and consistently getting yelled at because we're that behind. And I think the answer for our office is probably no. we need another FTE in there to really support. And, people are upset that we're behind, everything from departments to districts to our taxpayers. And that's taking a mental toll on our staff. And so I think right now, and I've got Sharon, who's a staff member, so maybe she could pitch in, but I think personally, I feel from having talked to staff, having a new FTE is worth more than just a simple 3% pay bump, so to speak.
Okay.
But Sharon, do you want to just say anything to that?
You're on mute, Sharon. There you are.
Yeah, and just to,
You need to speak up, Sharon, or lean towards your
can you hear
computer.
me?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just to what Sarah said, we are, busy just, with the mail. There's a lot of mail that comes through here. We have a temp doing that, and the front staff, they're constantly busy. And, people are coming through drive-through. We don't get foot traffic here, but, it's happening in the different locations. So, and even here, I've been back here in the office for at least maybe a month now. And, it is very busy. We're getting calls on the speaker from outside, constantly. So, it's just a busy time for everyone here. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Sharon. And actually, it's good to see you, and you too, Sue. Yes. So definitely a capacity issue. Understanding compensation is important, but even so, you're in a capacity level that certainly that's your priority at this point. Okay. It looks like I have Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, thank you. And Sarah, I know because we have some new Board of Supervisors. I've known Sharon David for a long time, but it might be a really good thing just to introduce your staff and then have a couple comments. So that staffs that are on the Zoom with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. I will let Sue Waka and Sharon David just give a brief introduction of who they are, but both Sue and Sharon Sue has been with us for almost 7 years, and Sharon's been with the county for, gosh, nearly 20, I want to say, and with my department for almost 3 as well. So I will, Sue, do you want to just briefly introduce yourself?
Sure, certainly. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sue Waka. I've lived here in Flagstaff for 24 years. I have been extremely fortunate to be by Sarah's side, being her right hand for almost 7 years, and am very grateful for the opportunity. And our office is just phenomenal as far as teamwork, and I appreciate your time today and listening to our needs. Thank you.
Sharon, do you want to?
Yes. Good morning again. Well, I have been with the county for, I'd say, going on 16 years in July. Been with the treasurer's office for 2 years and 7 months. So, and it's been a great learning experience. Having been with the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, this was a different role for me, but it's been great. Appreciate Sarah and Sue for their leadership, and it's just been a great experience for me. So thank you.
Great.
And if I may then, Chair, thank you, Sarah, for introducing your staff. It's great to see you all. Thanks for being here this morning. And first of all, I had no idea that the Treasurer's Office oversaw 47 taxing districts. So, and I understand and appreciate the work that the Treasurer's Office does. I appreciate your acumen in your investment strategies, whatever it is, it's working, and thank you. And I had not thought about ARP funding. It's going to come through your office, and certainly that is going to be a responsibility, and one we're very pleased to be receiving, but I know you're going to need to keep track of that. I also understand the interdepartmental help, and I think that goes a long way to really showing what the culture of Coconino County is all about. On the other hand, I think it's also important that we maintain working environments that are healthy and productive for all. And so I hear your requests. And I also want to thank you for your advocacy. You kind of downplayed that, Sarah, and you have been a very active treasurer here in the state of Arizona. And the Transwestern Pipeline is something that's very important for our school district. So thank you for your advocacy and all that you do, and appreciate the materials that you presented us with. Excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And if I may just add very quickly on the advocacy, that is something that has been really important to our office and to me personally to be engaged in. We've been able to prevent some really bad legislation through the years. Payday lending for property taxes, for example, that has tried to come in. The last 2 years, we have been successful in preventing a change that would greatly change our property tax delinquency collections to where we would physically have to take possession of homes, fix them up, and then actually sell them, and then deal with excess funds, essentially be a realtor, construction worker, auctioneer, and then a judge for deciding who should get those monies that we collect after the sale. And that would have significantly impacted our office to the point where I'd be here talking about, I need a whole nother team of 9 just to do that right. And then of course, the Transwestern pipeline case that really impacted Arizona and Coconino County. Across the state, this last repayment is over $20 million. Coconino County over $4 million of our districts. And so really work this legislative year to get a state appropriation, which is included in both the House and Senate budgets, to fully, the intention is to fully repay those districts for the entire repayment amount. So again, it's being really active down at the legislation, but there's always changes. For example, and this is there's 2 changes that will impact my office, but the county as a whole. So now, we can't waive interest, but now there has been a change that there is a one new rule exemption for waiving interest. If you had a mortgage and you no longer are paying your mortgage, you can waive interest for one time. And that's got to go to the board. So that's going to be a lot more requests right now coming in, us preparing documentations, bringing that to the board. And we are now going to be required as treasurers to post our monthly reports, which really is a breakdown of all the money coming through our office. So it's going to be, the county money is going to be out there and the district information out there every single month, which is great. There's transparency, but it's again on us to make sure that the reports are accurate, because we don't want to post something inaccurate and have that cause any problems for county departments or districts. So again, legislation impacts us, very involved in that. And thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for pointing that out and for recognizing that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Surely the state doesn't propose legislation that we have to be challenged with. It's a constant duty, no kidding. And we all rally around each other when we can. So Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I just first off wanted to commend Treasurer Benatar and her team on their hard work. I didn't realize that so much money was flowing through the Treasury office, and so it's pretty impressive. And the staffing issues that she's advocating for, sounds like we needed to stay cut up with paying the bills and taking care of the paperwork that we need for the county. So hopefully we can help alleviate some of those staffing issues and figure out a creative way to help support the staff so that we can stay on top of these things. So, but good job, team, and keep up the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Vice Chair Fowler.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sue. It's great to see you. Sharon, hi. You left and we didn't see you until now. It's really great to see you. So the work that you all do is always so expansive and complex. and the investments, you know, that we, that you, you know, the investments that you care for us. I was just wondering how, what your future forecast is for our investments and how that might, with the pandemic and recession coming, you know, we're always talking about recession. We did get a like a forecast that we've been getting from, and you provided a little too, but I was just wondering where, since we're doing budget, we always try to forecast and it's okay, what's the regional wide, what's the national wide? And I was wondering what you see there. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Sure. So, you know, on the investment side, unfortunately, rates are still near zero. So you're going to continue to see a lot more individuals wanting to refinance, purchase homes, driving up the housing market because rates are so low. And if we really think about who was impacted by the pandemic, unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to see it, those who worked for financial for institutions like bankers, attorneys, hospital workers, those, I hate to use the term, but those white collar jobs weren't impacted truly by this recession and the COVID pandemic. It was, you know, restaurant workers, small business workers, hospitality industry. So those workers in some cases still have not been called back to work. And so because of that, you know, you see on the one hand, right, housing market, I mean, we're seeing the housing prices in Coconino County skyrocketing. But then you start to look at some of the other factors and who's still impacted, and they are still impacted. We have some hotels who still haven't paid full year taxes, and the due date was yesterday. And so we've never had a situation where after first half collections, we had over 20 hotels within the county who hadn't paid property taxes. And so we can really see the industries that have been impacted. And that is the reason I think why they have not, part of the reason why I'm assuming that the feds are not raising rates and they are still keeping things very conservative. And as a result of that, our investment portfolio, it doesn't make sense for me to buy a 5-year bond to get 0.5% if a 2-year bond is 0.2%, because I'm now holding on to something for 5 years when we know after 2022, more than likely rates will rise. So those are the things that I'm looking at and forecasting and working with economists and investment brokers to really understand the market. But yeah, right now, rates are low, so our investment income will stay low, unfortunately, but we can grow the portfolio, keep things short. So then once rates start to go up, we have the cash on hand to recover that. And it's also good during recessions to keep cash on hand to help our districts pay bills. I know some of our fire districts haven't been able to recover funds that they had to expend on COVID expenses. And if we think about our schools and our fire districts and some of our other special districts, property taxes is the bulk of their budget. And they're going to be still impacted. So it's very disproportionate. You know, people are going back out, things are opening up, people are spending money, but we still have a industry and groups of people that are still not working. Federal aid is running out. And quite honestly, if we didn't have these aid packages from last year, I mean, we've been looking at the ARP money, we would all be in a world of hurt, so to speak. So I'm still very cautious. It has been better than what many have thought, but I'm still cautious and I still know that rates are going to stay low. And that's something I just want to make sure the board is aware of, that you will not be seeing those great interest earnings from us that we have been seeing for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and thank you. And I was just thinking about just what you mentioned, that, you know, we've seen businesses close, and that impacts the, you know, their pay of their own property and property tax, and, you know, people's mortgages. And and the rental, people not being able to pay rent, that's all within our portfolio of recovery. When you really think about recovery, what is it that we have to think about? And when we're doing budget, where are the impacts? Who are the individuals that are impacted? How are the services going to go to them? There are services going to go to them, and how do we accomplish that? So I think that your outlook is very important, a really good gauge to see what we'll be looking out for from here. So thank you.
So we're getting close to the end, but I want to give Supervisor Begay a chance to ask questions or comment. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Sarah, and also Sharon, and your staff for presenting your department to us. I have a couple of questions. I was looking for your organizational chart, but I do see you have a staff summary. And out of the staff summary that you have, I was just wondering, you said you have 9 positions. Which ones are the vacant ones that are they all being filled up to? I know you said something about you want to fill them. So is that going to be the all 9 there? The administrative manager, administrative operation manager, and the specialist 1, 2, and 3, business manager. Which one of those are the ones that are going to be coming up for? You're going to try to get them rehired after the 5 staff left.
So we have been hiring staff, moving staff around for the past 12 months. So Sharon just got promoted. Monday was her first day as our new administrative manager. So now we're doing an internal recruitment for business manager. So we do have 1 vacancy, and we are doing some internal, hopefully some internal moving around. But we have, I think the longest in the past 15 months we've been filling staff has been for a month, which was the month that just passed. So
And then with the tax specialist, that will be the 10th person that will be of the FTEs. So you'll have 10 staff. Okay.
That would be the goal. Thank
and
you.
And then the other thing is that I see that you're asking for about 77,080 as far as additional funds that you are requesting. And that position is for your temporary wages of 13,000, and with the new tax specialist, the tax, what is it called? Property tax and fiscal support.
Right.
So that would be 77,000. Are there any additional funds you're asking for other than this?
Supervisor Begay, no, that would be for both the temp wages and for the additional FTE. Yep. That would be at the 2 combined.
Okay, and then I was looking at something else here. I'm flipping all over these pages. So anyway, I just wanted to also say thank you very much. We need to stay within our timeline, and I like to talk, but I just want to say thank you to you and your staff, for putting this presentation together as we go along. Things will be finalized, and, certainly we want our staff to be staffed and to ensure that, we have a proper operation within our organization in the county. So I feel that, if you're missing, if you're working, then you cut off your finger, one of them, and you can't, you're limited, so that kind of probably feels that way. Been in an organization for 46 years. And so it's very important to me that, we are fully staffed, and that, we're very, we look at savings, and that on top of that, we're providing the services that we need to the public out there. So Sharon, thank you very much for coming in and helping, and Sue, thank you, and Sarah, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
All right. Well, thank you, Sarah, and we'll come back to this discussion later on in the budget hearings on the FTE. Okay. Next up, we need to get going with the county recorder. She was supposed to start a couple minutes ago, so we're going to bring Patty up and say good morning to Patty. Good morning. Let's test your voice and see if you're working out there.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, it is. It's working well. And then, Patty, you know, as you come on, if you have your staff members, you know, please introduce them for the sake of our board. And then we'll have the welcome and introductions, which we're doing right now. Department overview, go through funding requests and the prioritization, and then board discussion and questions after that. And so just pause for a second. Steve, did you have anything to add at this point?
No, sir, we're good to go on that. Thanks.
Okay, fantastic. Patty, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board, County Manager Peru, and the rest of the county team members that are here today. Appreciate you giving us an opportunity to give you some information about the upcoming budget and the past year. As Chair Ryan said, I'd like to introduce my staff that's here today. Donna Kasner is our Chief Deputy. And Donna, wave, please.
Hello.
I don't know why my other two staff members do not have themselves on, but Elta
I think they're waiting for permissions.
Oh, permission. Well, Elta's here, but I don't see her picture. But Elta Foster is our business manager.
Good morning.
There you go.
And then Alicia Henry, who also hopefully will be coming on, is our recording manager. Our election director position is vacant at the moment. So I don't have anybody to introduce in regards to elections right now. First of all,
do we have a lead in? Let's make sure we help you out here, Patty. Do we have Alina in?
So yes, Alicia is recognized as.
Oh, Alicia.
Oh, is Alicia here? Yay. Hey, Alicia, good morning.
Can you put your pictures up on the screen? Fantastic. There's Alicia. And then Elta. There we go.
There they are.
Excellent.
Gang's all here.
All right.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
And Patty, one other thing, housekeeping. I think the board's there, but just to make sure we're under tab number F, or tab letter F, I should say. All right. Go ahead, Patty. Sorry.
Okay. I don't have a nice slideshow. I'm sorry. So you can look at the pictures of my staff there. They're much more, they're nicer to look at than a slide. So to start, I also want to recognize some of the staff that are not on here today, but I just want to say the last fiscal year, or 2020, it was the most challenging and difficult year that I have had in public service. I've been doing election administration for 34 years, and it could not be done without the fantastic staff that we've had. So I'd like to thank Vicki in our mailroom. She never got to stay home during this time because we kept the mail moving for the entire county. I want to thank Sedona Stone, who's also a voter reg supervisor, who supervised all of these temporaries at the mall. And then Esler Musta from Public Works, he was our interim election director for the general election. The new board members, I don't know if you're aware, but our election director left 2 weeks after the primary. And then also I'd like to thank Holly Roth, who takes care of all of our voting equipment and technology at the warehouse. Alyssa McKinley trained all of these election workers, which we expanded number this year, past year. And also I want to thank the Public Information Office, Eric, Alex, Julian Wolf when he was there, though Patrice, you've been lucky you pulled him over, and Claire. Sue Brown and Tom Hanachek at facilities. Elections is truly a team activity. So, and we're lucky that in our county, we have such a great team of people that pull over and help us at election time. Okay, highlights from FY21. I'm not going to go over everything that's in the documentation, but I did want to touch on some things. In our recording division, the pandemic did not reduce the volume of recordings. In fact, we had the highest number of recordings in this past year since 2008, prior to the recession. So there's been no recession because of the pandemic in the real estate market. In the mailroom, we've seen an increase, which makes sense, in the number of packages that are now coming in. People have shifted in the county to purchasing a lot of things through the line or through the mail instead of in person. So they had an increased load, but they also had a huge increased load in regards to early ballots that were mailed out and early ballots coming back. The primary election, I should mention our office in voter registration and elections has a 4-year cycle, and it depends on what elections are coming up in that fiscal year. So FY21 normally is our highest amount, our biggest budget is needed for it. And that's because we had that presidential primary and, well, state primary, and then the presidential general election. And those are our biggest elections. And then like this next year coming up, FY22, we do not have any statewide elections scheduled at all. So this will be our lowest year in the 4-year budget cycle. And then the following year, we'll have the state primary and general with a governor's race. And then the following year, it goes down again, but not as far as it will this year, because we'll have a presidential preference election in there. So that's one thing to keep in mind when you're looking at our budgets, is that 4-year cycle. And good news is we're coming into our lowest year, so I don't have a lot of ask this year. So that's the good news. Our primary election went very smooth in 2020. The general election broke all sorts of records in regards to the number of registered voters, the number of voters, the number of early voters and voting by mail, and the number of activities that we did. And I want to mention one thing that I think was a misstatement at the beginning when Siri was going over why there was money from elections. We did not overestimate or estimate too high for our last budget year, FY21. What happened is our office was very aggressive in pursuing grant funding, which reduced the impact on the general fund. If you put in the money that we got from the grant fundings, you would see we would be probably almost 900,000 higher than what it's going to impact on the general fund. So please keep that in mind, that in the 34 years I've been doing this, I've never, ever had a opportunity to get this much money to help us do the work that we really needed to do. So that grant money that we did get, we got $138,000 from a 2020 HAVA, that's the Help America Vote Act election security grant. And this was to help make things in regards to elections more secure. And we used that money to purchase and install security cameras everywhere in our office and at our warehouse, where ballots were present. We hardened our security with keypad access at our warehouse and several locations in our office. We hardened the physical security at the Tuba City office. So that's $138,000 we would have had to spend because we needed to do this in regards to security, especially in the political climate we're in right now. As I'm sure you're aware that there's a group of people that claim fraud. So it was very important for us to make sure we could show we've always taken security seriously, but it helped us improve that security. We also received money. I don't have an exact amount because this went through the Secretary of State's office and they ordered the things for us. But with the Arizona Safe Grant Program, the Secretary of State's office received a $1.5 million grant that was earmarked to help counties that had large tribal communities. And so some of the things we ran through the Secretary of State's office that paid for was at the Tuba City office. We decided because of COVID, we wanted to move our operations for early voting and voter registration outside because being in the open air was much safer. And I don't know if the new supervisors, if you've been to our Tuba City office, but it's in the basement of the library. And so the area was very cramped and we couldn't do that 6-foot social distancing there. So they paid for that covered the expenses to purchase the covering and have it installed. Also, it paid for our services within reach trailer. And unfortunately with the trailer, we did not receive it until December. So we didn't get to use it during the time, but for the future, we will be using this. And why we're calling it services within reach trailer instead of a vote mobile, which I had originally talked about. Well, we're going to use it during the non-election times. So it's available to other departments. As Sarah Benatar mentioned, the treasurer, assessor, and our office goes out to the county so we can take our services to the far reaches and people don't need to come to Flagstaff. And currently right now, our trailer is being used, from what I understand, at the COVID testing site. So, but that was paid for. It didn't come through our budget, but we benefited from it. And then the last grant we went for and got was from the Center for Technology and Civic Life. CTCL is the acronym for it. And we received $614,000 from this. This is a grant from a private foundation, a nonprofit foundation, and money from people at Facebook and Google were the ones that fund the foundation. And we use this to purchase our more ballot drop boxes. We used it for PPE equipment for our staff, poll workers, and voters. We used it to, the largest chunk, which was about $117,000. We used that for temporary staffing. We hired so many temporary staff members to expand our outreach countywide. In the past, when we've talked about outreach, it was only on the Navajo Nation, but we were able to expand it countywide. And those temporary staff allowed us to do drive up, drop off on the Navajo Nation. It allowed us to do drive up early voting on the Navajo Nation. All those drop boxes we put up off the reservation, we had to have two people of opposite political parties travel there a couple times a week to pick up the ballots and transport them back to us. There was a lot of auditing involved. We also were able to increase the poll worker pay and the pay for our temporary employees. It wasn't really hazard pay, but what it was is because of COVID and the additional requirements in regards to PE and how we do things, we wanted to give people more money for working the elections because they were going face to face, most of them. And it really helped us in that we did not have turnover in temporary employees, and it helped us recruit them. And also during the time of, during the pandemic last year, a lot of people were laid off. And so we knew people needed money to be able to live. So we were, instead of investing it in, physical products or something, we were able to put some of that money, a large chunk of it, into people's pockets so they were able to use it to live. We used it for expanding our supplies in regards to the vote by mail because we had a huge increase in that. There was increased cost. We really expanded our radio advertising, and we spent $42,000 just on radio ads that were in Navajo on the reservation. So we did a lot more education that way. And for the first time, we were able to run radio ads in English throughout the other part of the county and on the reservation. And that we spent $37,000. We still have about $180,000 left of the CCL grant. And we're currently going to purchase ballot on demand printers because we're looking at expanding vote centers in the county. And we're also looking at replacing voting booths. Our voting booths are over 40 years old and they're starting to break down. And so we thought we would use this money for that purpose. So in regards to our department vision in the next 2 to 5 years, we want to continue to maintain the high level of service that we were able to provide in 2020. Unfortunately, some of that service we probably won't be able to because the legislature and the governor have decided to cut off our ability to be able to pursue grants like from the Center for Technology and Civic Life. This is, I think, my personal belief is because of the big lie out there that there was all of this fraud, and because of who funded gives money to that foundation, they believe helped one candidate for president over another. So if you look at how we used it, it really helped us countywide. It did not help just one specific or a few specific groups of voters. In recording, we want to increase our digital services through our website and making it more citizen accessible. If you're in Fredonia or Forest Lakes, we don't want you to have to drive into Flagstaff to conduct your recording business, or if you're doing research on property. So we want to get more of our records digitized and indexed so you can access it through the internet on our website. And we continue to keep looking for ways to increase and improve our services overall. Okay, in regards to service delivery, I mentioned the website, but also want to mention 2020 was the most transformative year I've seen, and it really allowed us to grow and adapt to challenges we would have never even dreamed of. And it changed how we would deliver services in the future. We had our, for the second election cycle, we had our office at the mall, which we shared part of the time with the treasurer, county treasurer's office. And that's where we found there's a lot of parking there. And that's where we directed people who wanted to do face-to-face voting in person. And so that was out at the mall. We shared the space that the county treasurer has for drive-up voting over in Sunnyside on 3rd Street. And that worked really well for us, and people, I think, really appreciated it. And another thing we have seen in June of 2019, our e-recordings were about 65% of our business on the recording side. And just to last month, looking at it, 87% of our recordings now are coming in through e-recording. So the pandemic, I think it would have naturally increased because we've been seeing a gradual increase every year since it was introduced. But I think the pandemic really kicked that into overdrive. And that's why we're seeing a lot more of our recordings coming in as e-recordings are through the mail. We're having fewer and fewer face-to-face contacts with people coming into the office. Okay, our FY22 annual plan. We want to fill all of our vacant positions. Currently, we have the elections director position vacant. We have our outreach coordinator, Native American outreach coordinator position vacant. And we have our warehouse coordinator position vacant. We're in the process of hiring for the warehouse coordinator, and we will be looking at filling those other 2 positions very soon too. And we want to concentrate on retaining staff. The 17 years I've been with the county, one of my biggest frustration is the constant turnover in our office, especially in the elections portion. And I think this is because it's a very stressful environment of the elections. You can't make a mistake in elections. And so we have a hard time keeping people in that in those positions. And one thing the county seems to encourage, which is frustrating, I know for me, is if you want to advance, you have to leave your current position and usually go to a different department. And that really takes a toll on an office like ours, where you have to go through that 4-year election cycle to really have a thorough understanding to know your job. So one thing I would like to ask the board to look at is in the future, looking at being able to, how can we retain staff within an office where they're doing a good job, but beyond just that annual increase that the board decides, some kind of step in education type thing. And I've worked in, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 counties and for this in a state office. And all of those places had an opportunity that you could grow and you knew you were able to move up by years of service and in experience and education. Also, what the staff is, what we'll be looking at in FY22 is redistricting will be coming up, and redistricting will affect us in that we have to change the state voter registration system to update with all the new districts, boundaries and precinct lines. And also our election database coordinator is currently working with GIS, preparing for redistricting to make sure our lines in our system are matching the county's GIS system, which will be sent to the state for their redistricting. And so a lot of time is being spent on that. Okay, funding related to the legislative landscape. Unable to determine that really right now. I think you're aware, I know that you've been getting updates on legislation at the state that affects elections. Some of this would have a very large impact on our office. And unfortunately, none of the state legislation includes any funds to do implement what they're looking at possibly passing. For example, the 1485 bill, which is called the Pebble Purge bill, mandates 2 new mailings that would come in. And there's also a mandatory, they've lowered the difference needed to conduct an automatic recount. Recounts cost money. So there's several things that would have an impact for our office in the future if that state legislation passes. And then if the federal legislation, HR 1 and HR 4, which is the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act passes, there is quite a bit of funding in it to assist states and counties to implement the new requirements that would be put in place for that legislation. Finally, one thing I need to talk about, SIRs. We have 2 SIRs that we're putting in for, but they're not, I guess I should back up. How we've done elections is we do the cost of elections as SIRs. So you can see, looking at our base budget, is what it cost and what we spend to run the recording division, the mail room, and voter registration and elections without the specific election cost. We do SIRs then, so you can see how much we're estimating to spend for the cost of conducting, like the primary election or the general election. Are any other specific costs that are not ongoing year to year? So we have 2 SIRs. One is for a voter guide mailer that we will mail out in January. This, I'm sure you've seen, we changed to a voter guide. The National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, requires us to do a mailing to all registered voters in the county once every 2 years. And that's to help us keep our lists clean and identify people that may have moved out of the county. In the past, prior to 2016, that mailer was just a new voter ID card. In 2016, we decided if we're going to do a mailer to all of these people, let's provide them more than just a voter ID card. And so we provide information that is coming up on the next big elections. So the voter guide that will go out in January of 2022 will contain information for the primary and general elections in 2022. And we've received very positive feedback from citizens on how much they like this voter guide. And we include in there a voter ID card kind of piece. I don't know, our voter ID card's generated by the state voter registration system. And I'm not real happy with it in that it's just a little card. And like it will say, for your political party, it will put abbreviations like Dem or Rep. What we put in the voter ID card is we spell it out you're affiliated with the Democratic Party or you're affiliated with the Republican Party, we're able to provide more information in that voter guide. Now, our voter guide this year, we may not put that little voter ID portion in. It depends on if redistricting is done. So what we're looking at is we're also required by state law to mail to everybody on the PEVL, which is permanent early voting list. Everybody signed up for that 90 days prior to the primary, which is in the FY22 fiscal year. We have to mail to them and ask them if they have moved, or if you're an independent, what party ballot you want to receive. And we may put in that a new voter ID card if the redistricting is not done in time for when we would mail out the voter guide. That's probably TMI, but just wanted to throw that out there. So I think I covered all the points that I was asked to cover. And so open for questions and comments.
Let me turn to Steve real quick on this one before I hop into the board. Go ahead, Steve.
Very quickly, the two SRs that have been requested have been recommended, of course, without any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and just to start off now, don't tell anybody else, but you're my favorite elected, Patty. Just so you know that. Don't tell the other elected officials though. So.
Well, I think I've heard that you mentioned that to every single one of us.
I wouldn't do that, would I? Remember, I'm 1 of 10, so. Yeah, there it is. That's it. Now you know.
I'm your favorite constituent.
There you go.
I live in your district. So.
That's right.
Remember, Mr. Chairman, we want to keep our recorder very happy.
That's right. That's right. We do. And actually, on the serious side, and with humor, but on the serious side, Patty, really appreciate everything you've done. About a year, extraordinary year, as you noted. A lot of pressure, a lot of accomplishments, challenges on having personnel, but you always rallied around and pulled people together using that team that you spoke about. So definitely compliment you on that. I would suggest, this is one for further discussion, Steve, with HR and our broader discussions later in the year. But it is that retention conversation, the education component. It's one that probably we want to put off on, a note coming out of it. Elections, there were too many to mention, but knowing that you're on the front edge of that and fighting on behalf of everybody for what we need to do, really appreciate the work that you've done with that. We continue those conversations and continue to try and fend them off. Considering what we could have had, we're in a better space, but still we have challenging pieces with that. You've heard our discussions. I hear you on the personnel side. A piece that we need to pause and look at is there is a desire throughout various departments of we're hitting capacity. Can we have a little bit of an FTE conversation? Yours is a little bit unique, so it creates a different way on how we approach it. But you're seeking a way of retention associated with that. But please understand, if we do, we are looking at compensation, very important. We have to have those conversations. But if we do FTEs, it might eat into some of the compensation discussions. So just note that for everything that we have that we're looking at. The one piece, we can get an answer later on that piece that you were talking about, the 400 plus thousand that I was going to ask Siri on when we have further discussions about in terms of how much was used, wasn't used. I think it is an accounting component, but we can check in with Siri, follow up associated with that on it, rather than, how was it stated? I think it's an accounting component, but we'll follow up and check on that. Really appreciate the grants that you pursued. It certainly has helped out. And on the other side, we have funded you. We know the priorities and how well you work, not only in elections, but with recordings. Hearing your numbers, curious about that. We are limited on time, but do want to hear a little bit more about that on the recording side. And I have my supervisors bubbled up, ready to comment or ask questions on it. So I'm gonna stop here and let me swing in. It looks like we have Judy that's up there. I'll go to Judy first, and then I'll swing over to Patrice. Oh, and Geronimo's down there too. You're on the lower tier in the Brady bunch there, Geronimo, but I'll get you all up there.
That's
Judy?
interesting, because on my screen, I'm
Okay.
on the top of the screen.
Go ahead, Judy. Please.
I just want to say thank you, Patty, for you and your staff coming, to doing a presentation regarding your budget for FY22. And I'm just really thankful that, you've gone out of your way and your staff have gone out of your way to do and solicit grants. And I think that every department might have some opportunity to do that. And so to help us, the county budget, because there's more needs and more costs are getting involved. FTEs are needed. We're overworking our staff possibly, and the retention is not, we really need to look at that and move forward with that. So my question is right now, in order to be in compliance with the state law requirements of the mailers and also the voter ID, early voter registration aspects, you're asking for $140,000 in general funds. And that's putting $65,000 for the mailer and $75,000 for the mailer, the notices. So, and I just wanted to, is there any other funds that you were looking at? And the other question is, you put one time on there. I think, this would be a recurring cost to me because, we have to comply with the state law. And if we don't do that next year, you're going to be asking for, it's still going to come back. But, I think in your one time, just put, I would recommend that you put recurring on there. I know some budgets that came to us to have that, that type of information on there. But otherwise, redistricting efforts and, things like that are happening. And we just have to, wait for it. And then on your FTEs, you said you have 3 vacancies out of the 19 and 19.5 that you have currently. And is there another position that you feel, are you comfortable with the number of position FTEs that you have currently?
Supervisor Begay, yes. One thing we did a few years ago that has really helped is because we're cyclical, depending on the elections, like on the registration and at our warehouse, we have regular part-time employees. So they go full-time at our election time, and then they go down to part-time at non-election times. And that's helped us retain people that have the knowledge, because when they need to go to full-time, they're ready to go. We don't have that training leg and stuff to get them up to speed. So thank you for asking, but yes, we have, I think, sufficient FTEs at this time. And in regards to the recurring, it would be recurring every 2 years. That's why it's confusing for us on how we should mark it in there.
Recurring every 2 years on there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I probably should hop in, or Steve can hop in. Part of it is, how we're allocating for our 10-year plan. So some of these, fair question that you're asking, Supervisor Begay, but sometimes we do the allocation just based on what we can handle that particular year on that. Steve, do you want to add to that?
No, Mr. Cherry, right. We budget accordingly based on the elections activity. So the budget will be increased and decreased based on the election cycle. We seldom would say, nothing is needed because everything is mandated in the elections process. And so we happily invest in that as a civic duty and a civic process. So there's no question there.
And for the sake of Alicia, I'm originally from Coal Mine Mesa, which is about 18 miles east of Tuba City. So that's where I'm originally from. Thank you.
Yeah, Jude, Supervisor Begay, for introducing yourself now. Hoshea, Sanjikin Shandal, Tanajin Bashishin, Adoi, Nakaidne, Dashichedo, Trapahai, Dashinada, of course, Nalishin, the Tratujini, Dashinada. So,
yeah.
Oh,
You're my grandma, vice versa. Okay.
All right. So you're done, Supervisor Begay, for questions?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I think what other thing is, if we're going to just talk about the FY22 budgets, then it could just be one time on all the budget requests that are coming up. Then that would be a better way of, and my understanding of it's just for that year that we're talking about, because we don't know what's ahead and what we're going to get, and then how much we're going to lose or gain or whatever. So I understand that. So thank you. That's it.
Yeah, and actually there will be times that we do just what you're suggesting. Let's put it off, have a discussion later on. Can we do it? Can we not do it? But a lot of them, we have them set up just that it fits into the 10-year plan. We can't do a recurring associated with it. Let's handle it on an annual basis. It still permits us, hey, let's pull it off and take a look at that. We'll touch on it. We'll see why we can't or can't when we get into our discussions. So just a note, as we proceed, don't hesitate to, pull one off. Can't pull them all off, but which ones can we do and which ones will we talk about? I'll go to Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and good morning all. Good morning, Patty and Donna and Alicia and Elta. So great to see you here, and thank you for all your hard work there at the Recorder's Office. And many of us who have lived in this town for a really long time, we know that we're in good hands with Patty and staff, Patty and team there at the Recorder's Office. And I really want to thank you for your advocacy for voting accessibility, and also your very, very hard work here during the primary and the general election. So certainly you make us all look good because you work so hard and get the job done. So I appreciate that very much. And Patty was very excited to hear about digitizing your recording business. I think that's very helpful for our rural communities. That is the one thing I think we've all learned from COVID. Is to really look out and utilize the technology we have. And I do think it's made it easier for our rural communities. And quite frankly, it made us easier for those of us even that live in downtown or near downtown Flagstaff. So I'm very, very interested in seeing how you progress in that, Patty, you and your staff. And just again, want to thank you all. Your two requests certainly seem more than appropriate. And again, just appreciate all that you're doing. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And you can thank, I stole Alicia from Maricopa County, which her forte is this digitizing, and she is a force to be reckoned with on it. She's going to get it done for us. So
good. Well, good, Alicia. I'm glad you're up here in God's country. So it's great to have you here.
Very well said. Yes, I like it. All right, we have Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, Patty, thank you. I just really appreciate the work done. And I know that this last election was a lot of hard work. So I appreciate that Coconino County, everything went smooth. And I guess my question is, since I'm kind of new to this, like how do you anticipate redistricting affecting your voting operations moving forward for the 2022 election?
Well, for us, it will depend on how the districts are drawn. And with the election office, then we look at the precincts. And so 10 years ago, we went from 32 precincts in Flagstaff down to 26. And we were able to do that by look at the number of people on permanent early voting list and the lines. Where we have problems with redistricting is like at the Grand Canyon 20 years ago, the way the district was drawn, people in Vantham Ranch were in North Rim and they were supposed to vote on the north side of the canyon. Well, people on Vantham Ranch don't go to the north side, they go to the south rim. And so there's things like that that affect our office. The thing to keep in mind is precincts are to administer the election. Districts are the electoral part. So what my office will be looking at is those actual precincts that you guys end up drawing to make sure that it doesn't create any problems for our voters to be able to vote. So thank you for the question, Supervisor Vasquez.
You're welcome. And I just want to say, I really want to support the idea of making voting accessible to as many eligible voters as possible. And it sounds like your efforts are doing that. And I applaud you and your team, and just really encourage you to continue. I know at times it can seem a little disheartening and divisive and all whatnot, but your work is very much appreciated and needed. And so please keep up the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, it looks like we have Vice Chair Fowler out there. And we're getting to the end of our time, but we'll still let Vice Chair Fowler comment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Patty and team. Yeah, thank you. I want to remember Elta. We lost a really great advocate for the voters, Native American voters, well-known, professional, with such a big heart during this time. It was very hard on all of us. And I just want to thank you for grooming our staff and having them really carry out their jobs professionally and really accommodating all people in the county. And that's what voters voting is. It's for every single person. It doesn't matter what color you are, it doesn't matter what party or you're associated with or religion. You have every right to vote, and that is the task of you and your staff. And the way it's done is very creatively. And sometimes you get challenged, but you say, no, this is the way that we're gonna go, and it's gonna work, trust me. And it has. And so I wanna just remember Elta. I know that you work with her very closely, and Ray, and I think he's still here working, but I wanna just thank you for all your efforts and just the various presentations and advocacy that you have done locally, state, and at the national level. I think that right now there's such a challenging times, but you were able to work through all of that, all of you. And the recording side is also just as important. So I just want to thank you and all of your staff. I know it gets very emotional at times and very encounter things that you don't expect, like showing up and on the day of election and the door is not open, and or there's no restroom. You know, there's a great challenges, but you're able to go through all of that. And
even the national order to make sure everything is accessible, even though it's on Navajo Nation or properties that we have no control over. But you've made all of those work. And I just want to thank you and your team. You all work as a great team to be able to make sure that citizens are served as with all the quality service. So I just want to thank you for that and thank you for your presentation again. And we'll see about the position request that you have in. And I just want to thank you and the Sarah who presented earlier and Armand to become so successful to the community with your education approach. That is so valuable. And being able to be out in the field to say that I'm here to help you. What do you need help with? So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. I truly appreciate you mentioning Alta's work, and I have some good news in regard to recognizing Alta's work. I was told by the Arizona Secretary of State's office last week that Alta is going to she's going to be recognized with a national award from the National Association of Secretary of State's office that will be presented to her family for her lifetime of work in helping Native American voting. So thank you. It's not only a hole in our team, it's left a hole in our hearts. So thank you.
It sure has. I'm so happy that she will be recognized. It was very difficult to stay away and to not being able to, and it's like that with all our friends and families that we've lost. It's been a very difficult time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
And I know we're running a little late on time, but I just want to also add to the comments. Losing Alta was like losing a sister. We grew up with Alta, and we'd always say whenever we got new elections legislation, we'd always say, let's see what the parties think about it. Let's see what the county attorney thinks about it. And let's see what Alta thinks about it. That's kind of the chain in terms of how we took things, and she helped us implement. She had a special way of doing a lot of great work. But it reflects that the county has always viewed elections as a family affair. Arriving here in the mid 70s, late 70s, every department head and elected officials was involved in our election process. We were all on poll. We were out on the polls. We were delivering equipment. Public Works was delivering. This last November, I went out to Inscription House and served on the poll there. And again, it is such a family affair. We all do it, but we all do it just naturally. It's just, and to work with Patty and her team is amazing. And I agree that when we look at elections, I think sometimes we fail to acknowledge the professionalism that is in the team. And so I agree, when we look at certifications, that we should be looking at our compensation to match those. And so just as we would be doing with other disciplines within the county government, when we're looking at appraisers and building inspectors and everything, I think we should be looking at elections to say, when you reach certain milestones of certification, that should be recognized in a lot of different ways, including compensation. So I completely agree that we should explore that. So that would conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And just to note, Patty and I had talked about it, although a little bit late in where we are. I thought it would be a really good idea, at minimum, to do a proclamation acknowledging all the work, a posthumous proclamation for the sake of Alta and recognizing that. Very least that we could do, and at minimum on that. So something that we can keep in mind that we definitely need to do. That state recognition came rapidly, which was absolutely wonderful and well-deserved. And it's great to hear this federal recognition as well. Very special person, as well as the department. favorite electric official. Yeah. In my district, huh? All right. Well, thank you, Patty. Love to spend more time with you. We've gone over a little bit. We have one more before we break for lunch, but thank you for everything. Steve has your SIRs as part of the recommendation. We know they are very important that people respond to. So thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
All right, next up, and board members, we're trying to make it through all this. We have people hanging out there. So we're moving on to lunch after we get through with this. You can see we have a little bit of space built in here before we get into that. A question that Patrice had asked me, and it's one I've been planning on asking. I started the conversation at the beginning of our term. Boy, we probably want to try and be up on video. There are times that we need to be off. It does help me if you have a question, if you pop up on video, that I see that you're on video. If you're on the phone, obviously you need to speak up and just let me know. But that does help me. There are times that you need to be off, so I understand that. It's a piece that we can have further discussions, in the long term of what we want to do at a different time. But just popping up and I see you on video, then I know you're going to ask a question, or we'll try and cue you up in that way. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question was just showing respect for the speakers, and because of the importance of the topic, needless to say, I wondered if, to the extent that we can, if it was appropriate to be online. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful to the speakers, and so if that's if being online maybe interferes with their program, obviously I don't want to be, or if it interferes with your, Matt, knowing whether we want to speak or not. But I just thought it feels uncomfortable that I'm not looking at them, if you know what I mean. I mean, I'm looking at them, but they're looking at us. So I was just questioning what is the best etiquette on that.
Well, yeah, it's one I think we need to continue the conversation on. It does help. We are a public body. It helps for the public to see us also in that way. There are times when, if they're putting up a presentation that we, it would make sense that, PowerPoint, it would make sense for us to hop up, but otherwise it is a courtesy. And if you are up, I can see you waving if you want to ask a question on that.
Okay, thank you.
So we have our public fiduciary. It's amazing everything that we do, but talking about vulnerable populations and a very important mission of the county is our public fiduciary. And we see Rashida up there. Welcome, Rashida. If you could introduce your staff when you get into this. And then the other piece, as we noted, the department overview, the funding request, and priorities, and then we'll have a chance for the board discussion and questions after that. Why don't we test your voice out and see if your mic is working there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great.
All right. And let me pause for a second. For the sake of the board, this is under item D, or for background, which I'm probably sure that you have looked at, but it might help you just so you can step in there. Steve, anything before we hop in?
Just very quickly, it's a special position. I used to hold the position of public fiduciary here years ago, and so it's good to know all the good work, valuable work, needed work that the public fiduciary and her team does for some of our most vulnerable populations. So Rashida and Laura are here today to present, and then we'll discuss some of the requests that she's made with regard to FTs, which are important as well. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, thanks, Steve, and thanks for your patience, Rashida. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Matt Ryan, and supervisors of the board, and also County Manager Peru. I'm Rashida Szyminski. I am the Public Fiduciary Director, and with me today I have Laura Boyack, who's also the Administrative Senior Manager for the Public Fiduciary's Office. Works very closely with me on budget, as well as all administrative functions with our team. So I will go ahead and get started. Let me pull up my presentation, share my screen. I'm sorry, just a moment.
And while you're working on that, see, Steve gave you full disclosure that he had done this once upon a time in the last century.
Well, back then, way back then, it was public fiduciary elections director and assistant to the county manager was a combined position that I held. So it was a busy time.
Okay.
And if you have challenges, we can have our folks hop on if they need to put it up for you, Rashida.
Sorry, you know, I have 3 screens going and I think that's my problem. Hang on one sec. I think I got it. I'm so sorry. Could someone put it up for me? I don't want to waste any more time because now my computer's saying not responding.
Okay, who do we have out there that's doing our tech here?
Nicole, would you be able to pull it up and share, please?
There we go.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And Nicole can move it by command for you, Rashida.
I'm so sorry. That is not me. I'm public.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. Public fiduciary, Nicole.
We get it.
I'm sorry about that. They're right next to each other.
Good catch, though.
That was a test.
Okay.
Thanks, Nicole.
Every time I call it up, my screen goes away.
Oh.
Okay, I can give it a try. I have it up.
I've got it's up.
There we go.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we will go to the first slide. Okay, so starting with our, well, let me just start with first by just saying that the Public Fiduciary's Office is court-appointed guardian and conservator for individuals that have been deemed incapacitated by the court. That is the overall definition of our department. I also want to, I'd also like to make it clear that the relationship under statute between the Public Fiduciary's Office and the wards that we are appointed on is that of a parent to a child. So it's important to understand just how deep that relationship runs within our ability when we're appointed by the court. So going into department highlights and COVID-19, COVID-19 brought some interesting developments, I should say, along with challenges, nothing that we weren't able to rise above. But I'd like to talk about just a few things that has happened the past year. So for COVID-19, it has been one of our forefront, obviously, tasks to make sure and protect our wards. Also make sure that they move forward with getting client vaccinations. So to date, we have been coordinating with medical providers as well as their group home staff and their medical provider. And we have, I think we are at 79 clients vaccinated as of today, and more vaccinated daily and weekly. So as our tallies continue, we will make sure that each and every one of our wards gets vaccinated. Additionally, during COVID, we did have to mobilize quite a bit for a virtual platform, not only because of the pandemic, but also to protect our clients. Our clients most of them are very high functioning. They attend daytime activities programs, they work, things like that, that are regular day-to-day routine, things that they get enjoyment out of. All of that had to be modified, for the most part, even stopped temporarily. Right now, we're just now looking at allowing clients to go back to daytime activities programs because they've been vaccinated, along with still keeping the proper precautions recommended by the CDC in order to keep our clients healthy. The pandemic's not over, so we still haven't stopped our efforts in keeping them safe and making sure that the facilities, as well as the extracurricular activities that they attend, are also having protocols in place when they're attending. Another thing during COVID-19 is we had quite a bit of budget savings. And I just wanted to point that out. I'm sure a lot of departments had budget savings because of reduction in travel and so forth. But for the public fiduciary's office, we have line items that have significant value for travel, training, gas, motor pool, rental cars, things of that nature. Now, due to an administrative order that was issued by the Arizona Office of the Courts during the time of the pandemic, the administrator order had basically advised that in-person client visits would move to virtual client visits due to safety. And typically my case administrators go into either awards, residential placement, or their own home if they live independently and so forth. So navigating the actual client visitation. And when I say client, we refer to our wards as clients, just so there's no confusion there. It's an internal word that we use. But during that time, we were able to still complete our client visits virtually, mind you. Other things that were, tricky to handle were inventories, having to go into client homes. We had to shift gears, with court and file motion to continues to make sure that we'd stayed statutory with our mandates in making sure that when the time came to do actual inventories in home, it was at a safe time. So lots of changes with how we reacted to situations, but there was no loss in any type of service to our wards throughout the pandemic. Other areas that we saved funds in were also with regards to our conference attendance. Conferences are not cheap, but we do have to attend, especially those that are licensed to maintain their continuing education units for license renewal every 2 years. So just to kind of bulk together with regards to travel, training, gas, and things like that we were able to save. It looks like around $20,000 we did not use as a result of that. Additionally, I just want to make it clear that while it looks like we've had a big dip in our budget when you look at it, the result is from COVID and a lot of the things that we had to shift to virtually, which actually saved our department, quite a bit of money. However, I just want to point out that the Arizona Office of the Courts has not extended the order. The order actually for in-person visitation, which is a statutory requirement, expired in March. So we have resumed in-person visitation with extreme safety measures in place. Most of our client visits will be done outside of the facility. So it's outdoor, those things. We've come up with different ways to make sure that it's safe. But my point is that our budget will now start utilizing those funds as we start to now go back into this different form of client visitation that was temporarily terminated throughout the pandemic. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Additionally, during the pandemic, we were trying to come up with ways to find additional funds and to not increase costs. And throughout that, when we were reviewing different budget options, we did discover a fee that was something that the county actually shouldn't have been paying for. It should have been, actually, I shouldn't say a fee, a cost, a bank cost that's directly related to the client. And it's actually a $6 banking cost that was passed to the client, which resulted in us freeing up close to $12,000 in our budget, which we utilized for other expenses that we had to purchase, such as additional laptops and so forth for people working virtually. Moving on to operations. So again, I talked a little about this. We had a mix, basically a virtual as well as in-person, in-office staff. We rotated. Certain positions could not go fully virtual. So throughout the pandemic, we have had at least 3 to 4 staff in the office, not full-time, but rotating through. Some are in the office at least, or at a maximum of 3 days per week. And our case administrators typically work remotely. However, most of their work is done 75% out of the office regularly, even before the pandemic, because they travel quite often to meetings as well as client visits and so forth. So another area that we did change, which was very beneficial to the department as well as the wards, was we immediately shifted to a debit card usage instead of check requests, or check remittance that we typically send out for personal spending to our clients. So we had a debit card issued to every client. What this did was it allowed us to be able to provide funds without being in person, but it also gave us the ability to provide emergency funds, which happens often. And an emergency fund example would be on a Friday at 4:30, a client calls and says that they have no food. And let me preface why they wouldn't have any food. It wouldn't be because we didn't provide food, but we do have high functioning clients that get their personal spending and they spend it on something else and then call us that they didn't buy the groceries they were supposed to buy and so forth. So this gives us also that much needed emergency opportunity to provide funds. And it will be something that will be continuing on post pandemic. I wish we had done it sooner, but it's interesting to see what comes out of bad situations that end up being good processes moving forward for us. It also cuts down on check requests that our office issues as well. So successes, we've had some successes throughout the pandemic. I would like to say that I think that when I say we, I don't mean me, I mean my team has done an extremely valuable service to our clients. We've had minimal deaths with regards to our clients from COVID based on the fierce advocacy that my case administrators as well as the administrative staff had put forth, just to make sure that we're looking at every areas of safety and keeping all facilities and placements and things of that nature on the same protocols that we expect for our clients. We've also tried to make sure that we didn't lose any business continuity throughout our transition to a virtual platform. And I'm very happy to say that we have not. My team gets significant praise that comes my way, even throughout the pandemic. And I'm just amazed at how they continue to maneuver through such challenging cases when we do have other agencies that are suffering from either not enough staff or complex issues of their own. We have remained very responsive. We have remained on top of our mandates. And I owe that to my team because they work tirelessly. So the fact that they were able to carry us through all of the ward decompensations, the emergencies, the deaths that they experienced from our wards, COVID deaths as well from our wards. It has been incredible. So huge thank you to my team. Moving on to department vision. So again, I talked about the debit card process. That's something that we're definitely going to continue to use. We're also looking at trying to come up with more new streamlined efficiency with the virtual ways we've been handling our meetings. I think that, obviously we all know time is money, and in our department, time is everything. We don't have enough time every day, never enough time. So I'm trying to figure out ways where if we can continue possibly even support meetings virtually without having to travel, things of that nature that gives us more time to get things done. Those are the processes that we are currently right now looking at and reworking. And it also depends on the other agencies we deal with and what direction they're going to go with. We work with the Department of Developmental Disabilities. We work with the guidance. We work with the Guidance Center. We also do our referral intakes, and those are referrals that come to our office where we do an investigation to determine whether or not that individual is incapacitated and in need of guardianship. And those are things that we have also continued throughout, but we do need to take a look at how the outside agencies are going to be moving forward, working with us as well, whether it be virtual or in person. So those are the things that we are looking at. Also becoming as paperless as possible. We have a significant amount of retention records rules. So only certain things can be destroyed, but we do have to hold certain documents for a significant period of time, but that is a big project that we'll be looking at working on moving forward. But paperless is something that is in our future. Okay. Staffing. I'm sorry, did someone have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to we didn't talk about time, but watch your time also, Rashida.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I do have a problem talking too much. Okay, so I think I'm going to go to the next slide, please. Okay, so service delivery. With our seriously mentally ill population, we're experiencing, significant complex cases. The cases that we're dealing with right now are cases that I have not seen this extreme in the 14 years of experience I've had in this industry. Additionally, our developmentally disabled population are experiencing the same types of placement issues, things of that nature. And our aged and elderly, we have a small population that we monitor, but these are the three populations that we deliver our services to. Currently, our case management consists of 131 wards. This ebbs and flows. I could say right now we have 6 pending cases, with petitions for new guardianship. So, next week could be a different story. We could be at 145. It just depends. And then we also have deaths, whether they be natural or something occurs. We also have our administration team, which is separate from our case administrative team. Our administration team manages all of the checks and balances of our department. They manage all benefits, applications, renewals, things of that nature, as well as government entitlements, Social Security. We also have our legal specialist in this department as well, and our financial specialists and accounting specialists that manage everything that is not case management related for all of our wards. The other service that we provide is for the indigent burial program. So obviously every county is required to administer the indigent burial program when there is no one willing to, or not willing, I should say, is not able or willing to handle the final arrangements financially for a decedent. The county does pay for those expenses, and the Public Fiduciary's Office administers that program. And the next, our FY22 annual plan We'll be looking at fiduciary licensing, training, and continuing our statutory compliance, which is something that we always pride ourselves on. I'd like to go to the next slide. It's short on time. I'd like to talk about my funding request. Thank you. Okay, so we do have one funding request for 2 positions. Case administrator, which is also a licensed fiduciary. They become licensed fiduciary once they pass the fiduciary licensing exam. And also an accounting technician 2, which in our department is called the financial specialist. So currently right now, where we're at, our caseloads are very high. Industry standards dictate that case administrators should not carry more than approximately 30 cases. Right now, my case administrators are carrying between 40 to 45 cases. And it wouldn't even be as bad if they were maintenance cases. I break out our cases into maintenance and complex cases. Maintenance cases are cases that we have our normal case management. We're appointed. We use the first 90 days to stabilize the case, meaning getting applications completed for whatever benefits, resources, placement, everything that needs to be done within the first 90 days for the client. They're placed, and then what we typically do is our maintenance case management, which is client visitation, that's statutory required once every 3 months. Attendance at monthly meetings for the clients, managing their finances, everything that has to do with the ward's life. So when you think about complexity of cases and maintenance cases, it's very hard to try to decipher what a maintenance case is and what a complex case is when the complex cases start to decompensate from maintenance cases. And that's what we have been seeing. When I compare our caseloads to Maricopa County, and this is just an example, the average caseload for case administrators in Maricopa County is 60 cases per case administrator. And I say Maricopa County because our cases mimic their cases, very challenging, mostly SMI, which is seriously mentally ill. And when I say that they carry 60 cases, you might think, well, if they can carry 60, then what's the problem with 30? The problem is that the way Maricopa County is set up is that the case administrators only focus on the case, the actual individual. The actual case load is split up where someone else handles all of the check requests and budgeting and funding and those things of that nature. An investigator handles all investigations and referrals that come into the office, not the case administrator. Someone else handles application of benefits, things of that nature. So there are a lot of important duties that are split out amongst other staff members, which makes the caseload manageable. So I'm, in looking at what my case administrators are struggling with, and again, I want to say that this started about 2 years ago when I started to see an increase in the complexity of the cases and the amount of resources needed to advocate for these cases. During this year, because it got so frustrating for one of my case administrators, who was a senior level case administrator and also licensed and been with the county for 5 years. Unfortunately, we lost her, and it was because of the burden, the burden of the work. People are getting burnt out, and it's been expressed to me many times. And I have worked through trying to look at different ways that we can approach cases, reworking duties, things of that nature. Laura has done that as well on her side with the staff that report to her on the administration team. And we have tried to come up with different ways to manage where it's more manageable. And we are, I have to say, at an urgent point where we have done everything we can to try and swap different duties where it's just at a point where staff burnout is getting to a degree that I think that we will lose people. And we've invested quite a lot of training and licensing with staff. and it's devastating when someone leaves our office. So beyond the staff capacity, the landscape of the fiduciary world has changed. The needs have grown for clients. It's no longer, like I said before, that you get appointed and you manage the case. We have a lot of cases that we were appointed on that are complex right from the get-go. Lots of cases where we're appointed where the person is seriously mentally ill yet high functioning. When you have cases like that, we have clients who are constantly going AWOL, or they're not receiving the appropriate mental health services that they need. All of those types of issues usually end up causing much more needed resources, much more observation on the client, much more coordination between crisis and as well as the mental health providers. And it becomes a situation where staff are working long hours and they are also working on weekends. They also are on call, as well as myself, 24/7. I know they do rotate through that, the case administrators, but I'm just outlining this so you can see what type of schedule that my staff typically will carry. So because the landscape has changed, it's getting harder and harder not only to place clients that are mentally ill or have a dual diagnosis of being developmentally disabled and mentally ill, but it also has made it where the placement issues not only exist because of the lack of availability, but also because the level of psychosis they might be experiencing. All these things come into play. Adding to the complexity is that 45% of our total caseload is of complex nature. And that's by reviewing every single case down to every detail of what's going on with the case and how much is being spent on the case. In addition to that, 40% of our total caseload resides outside of Coconino County. So not only do we have the complex cases, but we have a region that has grown much larger than it was when I first came on board, which also makes case management even that much more harder to achieve. So I wanted to point out those burning issues and the comparisons that I've been making to other public fiduciary offices. And I also want to add into that, we are a statutory department. It's very important that we are able to keep up with the changes and the landscape of the public fiduciary world. It has changed. It has been changing for a while, but it's now at a point where we need to shift and be able to provide the services to our clients that are needed and to continue to do so in a way that's both beneficial for the client as well as the staff. So I also wanted to end with that, my last presentation was regarding a user fee study that we did do. And right now I believe that is out for public comment. If our increase to our fees does get approved, my conservative estimate, and this is based on reviewing right now what clients we currently have that can afford just one increase to one fee, would bring in an additional $60,000 to our revenue line item. And again, that is conservative, and that's just based on the current clients we have right now who could afford the increase in just one of the 6 fees that we increased. So I think I will leave it at that, and I apologize for taking a little bit too much time and open up for questions.
Daisy. There we go. I'll turn to County Manager Peru. Steve.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, of course, Public Fiduciary Szymanski, of course, raises all the issues that go with the obligation. The case volume and the case complexity are the two things, of course, that drive the level of activity within the department. In addition to the annual accountings with the court, so there's a lot of coordination with the courts, and that's on the financial. I will tell you that from experience, the county is liable for the management, the financial management of wards, and so we need to look at that from the standpoint of making sure that our financial mechanisms are in place to monitor and to safeguard the assets of those individuals that we care for. Correct in terms of the user fee study, which was recently considered by the board, will of course generate additional revenue to those estates that can afford it. I want to make that very clear. The estates of wards that are not able to, well, it would never be, and that's always been the case in the public fiduciary. I think the other part, very quickly, is that within the last, I don't know, maybe the decade or so, where it is now by law, fiduciaries have to be licensed. That has created a public sector market for fiduciaries, and I can see very clearly where we would be losing individuals from the county that would take well-earned certification and licensing to go into the private sector. And so I think that's probably a new market that we, when I was there, we didn't have that market, and it didn't have that because then fiduciaries were not required to be licensed. And so all these things kind of play into it. So with regard to the positions that are requested, of course, it certainly is no reflection on what we ought to do. It's purely a financial capacity issue at this time. But that being said, I think we can certainly look at the user fee study and possibly looking at the impacts of how the service has been provided as a result of COVID to see if there might be some connection to the ARP funding that we're receiving that could possibly be used as a way to support the requests. But again, we'll look at all those things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Steve. On that, let me turn to board members just so we can work through board members and try and limit your comments, but still I don't want to restrict you. Also, I'll start with Supervisor Vasquez.
Hi, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it, and very important services that you conduct, and it's significant that so many of these clients are out of county and whatnot, and so that I can see how that can be very taxing on your staff and your team. So please, keep up the hard work. The question I had was about the fees. Like you'd mentioned that clients that could pay that increase would end up into $60,000 or whatnot. Can you explain a little bit more about that? Like exactly how much would an individual client be paying more of for what kind of fee?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. So one of the fees that we increased was our monthly guardianship fee, and it was $50 per month, and we've increased it to $100 per month. So in reviewing all of our clients and the clients that can afford that fee as of right now, that's what I went through and based the $60,000 off of that fee alone.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Looks like I have Supervisor Horstman up next.
Yes, and thank you. And I want to thank you and your team for all the important work you do for some of our most vulnerable residents here in Coconino County. And that cannot be understated. And I know you and your team certainly know that, and I'm very appreciative of the work you're doing. So thank you. My question is that, and this is something I think we've all learned with COVID, and that is technology, although sometimes it doesn't work. My question to you is the use of technology effective for your population? And by that, I'm asking, are they, many of your folks are older. I have a hard enough time doing technology. So, are they able to, is this an effective and efficient way for you to do some of your case management? Do they have computers? Is it working? And are you going to continue that?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. It actually works very well because our clients reside in either a group home facility with a caregiver. So it's all set up for them by the caregiver or the support staff that are coming to the meeting. Someone is always there to make sure to get that set up for them. So in that regard, we're very lucky, and it works great. And there's no reason why we couldn't continue meetings, support team meetings and things of that nature. But unfortunately, the AOC, the Arizona Office of the Courts, statutorily requires us to do in-person visits. And while I think it would be great to continue virtual visits, that order has ended, so we have no choice.
And that was a question I had. Is that expected to be continued? I guess it's not.
I would only imagine if we saw another surge.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I noticed 40% is outside Coconino County, so I'm assuming that that will take a tremendous amount in terms of travel and time as well.
That is correct, Supervisor Horstman, and it has in the past.
Well, it's unfortunate the ARC is not keeping in time with what we have learned. So who knows what the future may bring. So thank you so much again for you and your staff and your hard work. And these are difficult times here for us, trying to weigh and balance the needs, extensive needs of the citizens of our community and our limited budget, which of course also affects the folks from our community. So again, I really appreciate you being here and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Please, Steve.
And let me speak up to a couple moments with regard to ARP. So as board members, you'll recall, we have created a proposed framework for ARP requests. And at the same time, we were also embarking on our budget process. And so by coincidence and I think in a good way, we're able to kind of track both resources and both processes because they complement each other. Now the ARP process would never have been done by the time the board's budget would have been adopted. And so we knew that from the get-go. And so while we're talking about some potential ARP funding for some of the requests you're hearing today, those final determinations for those ARP funded or ARP proposed increases will occur probably within the next 2 months when we finalize the framework. It also takes into account the summer schedule, and so we've got some work to do with you all to get the framework, the guiding principles, and the categories in place. Now, we had not envisioned ARP funding coming in before the end of this fiscal year. Again, it was process-wise too much to do within the budget context, but we are going to be working after the fiscal year. In fact, we're working now through the summer to get the framework in place so that those ARP eligible requests can then be acted upon by the board. And so throughout the budget process this week and next week, you're going to see some of the increment requests that have been noted for possible ARP funding, but we're also, I think, while we're having the conversation, and I do appreciate the conversation of the budget that we're having, through the conversation, we may be saying, well, this may be ARP funded, so let's talk about that. And so we're not, necessarily, separating the conversation, because I think the conversation on ARP and the budget complement each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'll probably add to that one. And in this case, we have a position, so there's a sustainable component. We may or may not be able to pull off sustainability. We might be able to create a reprieve with COVID. We also know that we have a bubble impact to various departments. So there are, a couple different elements of, we definitely see the need. There's no question about it. Let's put it in as a placeholder for ARP right now. And then we have that opportunity for further discussions to see, what we can do and can't do with that.
And in fact, then we'll have an idea of what the increased fees may generate. So
we'll be able to look at that.
Although, what do we have? We have an operations cost of over $700,000, and the fees, they're not going to ever fully pay for what comes in. But it's that, in this case, the conservative 60,000 is 60,000 that we didn't have within our budget before. So there is that element. Supervisor Begay, and I see you up on screen. Did you want to comment?
Yes. I just want to say thank you to the presenters, Rashida and Laura, and who else is on there? So I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. And it takes a lot to think about people with disabilities. And we certainly, a lot of us don't understand, what people go through, especially with, all the things that they're going through. And so I just want to say, I appreciate that. And, I just feel that, you guys are doing more than what you should do, but continue the good work. And I appreciate the work that you're doing out there for your clients. So thank you very much. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. And thank you to Rashida and department as well. We really appreciate everything you do. Very important, as we noted, vulnerable populations, obviously, on that. And you've done wonders with that office over the, since you came on board. You've done a wonderful job. We really appreciate it. That and your folks. I need to check in with the board at this point. My time management was working for a bit there, but we're 25 minutes over at this point. And just to pull it back to Stephen's staff, let's just go ahead and check in where we are. We do have to come back at 1 o'clock, not 1:15. Just noting that, and that's what we're going to try and do. Steve?
Yeah, that is it, Mr. Chairman. Well, without any other discussion, it's your call, but we are scheduled to be on lunch break until 1 p.m. and we'll begin with Health and Human Services, then followed by Community Development, and then time for a wrap up for the day.
So I'll check in with board members. Any last minute before we hop off here, notes or comments? Not seeing any, and just we'll do this during wrap up, but we have a note of the treasurer of the 1 FTE, just as a note, not necessarily to be discussed in the budget discussions, but follow up later on in the year, training certification for the retention of the recorder, and then we have this ARP and FTE discussion associated with the public fiduciary. So they're the kind of notes we'll be taking. If we miss pieces, if it's a legislative piece, help us, and we'll put them on the different note charts depending upon when we work on them.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and the staff is taking all the follow-up notes. So even if you miss it, we're going to be documenting notes. But again, we'll be doing that. And I don't know, Siri, did you need to have a comment? You're good?
Nope.
Okay, I saw you pop up. Thanks, sir. So we're done.
All right, fantastic. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at 1. Great job. Really appreciate it from everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Bye. Thank you.
Computer audio.
Hello? Lindsay?
Supervisor Begay, we can hear you. We're just waiting for others to join.
Oh, I turned my machine on. It says, join another meeting or something on my screen. I thought, oh no, I thought I had the wrong number. Okay, I'm just waiting. Thank you.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
All right.
For you.
Let me reconvene our meeting and let me bring it back and check in to see. Are you out there, Patrice?
I'm here. District 1's here.
Excellent. Cool. District 2, Geronimo.
Don't see him yet, sir.
Okay. District 4, Judy.
I'm here.
Yeah, and arguing for the best of the best. Best district. Who will that be? And then let's see. I know Lena was doing testimony. Do we have her out there?
No,
Not
yet.
at this point. Okay. Okay. I believe she's still doing her testimony. Okay. With that, the next item that we have up in our budget sessions is Health and Human Services. And so I'll check in and see if Kim, are you out there? Let's just test your speaker and then I'll go to Steve on this. Okay. I'm not hearing you, Kim. Nope.
You may need to go out and come back in.
Yeah, there we go. And I see Geronimo out there. You out there, Geronimo?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Excellent. And District 2 is here.
Let's see.
Okay. I'll just wait, get Kim up. And while Kim's coming in and out, well, I guess we need her here for your thing, Steve. So go ahead and pause.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I want to see if Kim's mic is working again. Kim?
Sure.
Still no audio. Kim, so if you may need to leave the room, the meeting, and come right back. That seems to be the trick these days. We're finding all these workarounds.
This is, deja vu all over again with Kim and Marie would do that. Go ahead, Steve.
We may want to check Michelle Oxlands and then also Manita, Scott, and Mike Oxtoby. If you plan to make comments, if you want to just unmute and
Can you hear me, Steve?
You're good. Thank
Okay,
you,
cool.
Mike.
Mike.
Michelle.
Thank you for having us today.
Perfect.
Right.
Let's see, Manita. Manita, can you hear us? Okay. Well, and then I see Kim is coming right back, sir. So I'll ask her to test her mic again.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Bizarre, has a mind of its own, I guess.
So
it's just doing how you started out COVID. You would go out every once in a while. So Kim, as you probably heard earlier, but if you hadn't, we're going to go ahead and work through the budget presentations, having you introduce your staff, of course, and then go through the department overview, the funding request and how they're prioritized, and then we have the board discussion and questions on the tail end of that. And just a note for the board members, this is under tab number 4. And so I believe, let's see, and you have from 1 to 2:30 for the presentation. All right, go ahead, Kim.
Right, well, thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisors.
Hang on a second. Did you want to do anything, Steve?
Oh, we're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. We tested everybody, but forgot to go back there.
We're good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kim.
All right, well, good afternoon. I was listening earlier this morning and heard the conversation about morning people versus night people, and depending on what time of day you were born. And I started thinking, I don't even know what time of day I was born. So I texted my mom and I asked her, and she said she thought I was born about 2 or 3 a.m. So I don't know if that makes me a night person and a morning person, depending on which phase of my life I'm in, because I think I've been in both. So anyway, for whatever it's worth, I thought that was entertaining. So as we get started, thank you again for your time. I do want to take just a moment and introduce the amazing team of HHS, who has really been the backbone, if you will, of this entire department through so many different things over the course of the last multiple years, but certainly the last over the past year to year and a half. And so with that being said, I'll just be real brief here. have Mike Oxtoby and Michelle Axland. They are the two deputy directors for Health and Human Services. Monita Scott, who is our administrative manager and is the brains and spreadsheets behind all the many, many different funds and finances that we have to track and that have almost doubled. I was just doing the math before I got on, almost doubled from what HHS's budget was when we combined the three departments with all of the other funding that we are bringing in and that we've already been awarded, other things we know are coming, and then all the stuff that we don't even know yet. So it's almost doubled in budget total and capacity, which is pretty amazing considering the HHS budget alone sits at a little over $20 million. And then another 15 plus that we know of already with respect to COVID. Then also Amy Young is on with us. Amy is one of our division managers, and Amy has done a little bit of everything here. So glad that she's been part of the team. I believe Eve Walters should be on, although I'm not seeing her on the screen, and maybe she had a conflict or didn't get brought in as a presenter. So
just tech issues, Kim.
Okay, so she has tech issues, but Eve, one of our division managers, and then of course Trish Lees, who has been the communications manager for HHS, for health, and then HHS, and a huge player in our joint information team as well. And then lastly, Cecil Prado, who is our new administrative assistant, which we are so excited to have on board. So that's the team that's joining me today. Of course, would be remiss to not just make a quick comment about all of the other amazing staff members that make up HHS and have been so resilient throughout this past year in particular. And then of course, another 50 plus staff members that have come on board since the beginning of COVID. So a lot going on. And I bring those up in my intro because it all plays into my presentation today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Michelle is going to be driving the presentation, I believe. And so we'll let her get that up. And as she's doing that, I want to just start off by sharing what the mission is at this point in time for Health and Human Services. And that is specifically that Coconino County Health and Human Services is focused on empowering people, confronting inequities, influencing policy, and bettering lives. And I think Michelle is trying to get this out. There we go. All right, next slide, please. So to get started with respect to the overview, this little graphic you have, it depicts the social determinants of health. And this really depicts the entire way in which the Health and Human Services Department has been structured and put together to align with the social determinants of health. And you can't be healthy if you are experiencing hunger or homelessness. Health and Human Services approaches health equity and economic stability by focusing on community health and community well-being. So the focus is incorporated, as I was indicating, not only into our programs, which include our chart of accounts, so for purposes of our expenditures and revenue, our staff, and how we build programs now and into the future to reduce barriers for our Coconino County residents. So the social determinants of health form that framework for everything that we do. And the programs tie into them and specifically serve a role in meeting the clients where they're at for the things that we provide directly and providing a warm handoff for any other needs that they might have during their initial encounter with HHS. So as you look at these areas and how they focus on whole health, you will see the broad spectrum from birth to death and everything in between. Next slide, please. So we are going to attempt, and we've tested this, we're going to show you a quick little video on understanding the social determinants of health and their importance in moving the needle on health and equity in Coconino County. right. So we're super excited that our technology works and we were able to share that video with you all. Special thanks to Michelle and Cecil. I know they did numerous attempts and just yesterday to make sure it was going to work. So COVID has done many things, both negative and positive. And one of the most important things, in my opinion, that COVID has taught us is it brought to the forefront the importance of public health and wellness like never before. For the first time in at least my lifetime or my lifetime of paying attention, I'll put it that way, there's just so much more awareness around public health. And I say that, because unfortunately, and as I was introducing the team earlier, and the multitude of incredibly dedicated, passionate health and human service employees, who many of whom have been here for years and years at the county. Others have, had their careers span numerous locations, have always been dedicated to public health and its importance. While the rest of our country and our community just kind of went along happy-go-lucky, if we were in that situation, or if we happened to, be in less fortunate, relying on some of the programs, we had a differing or a varying sense of what that meant to have public health be at the forefront. And so with COVID, it has brought that forward. And now, people know terms like epidemiologists they never knew before. They understand how health conditions have impacted those with COVID and ultimately resulted in more loss and death because of those health conditions that someone either was predisposed to having, their living conditions and other things. And I just want to take this opportunity as we go forward for the rest of our presentation. And I know staff and I have been having a lot of conversations about this, had conversations with Steve and others, that it's a really exciting time to take this opportunity, seize it, and really look at ways in which we can move the needle going forward to something that is sustainable in really addressing the health inequities in our county in particular, and really utilizing those social determinants of health to make a difference, and a lasting, permanent difference. What you see on your slide here is just a quick little map of representing 48 plus ongoing programs that HHS provides. There are 6 different physical office locations throughout the county, including the Grand Canyon, Flagstaff, Page, Williams, Tuba City, and Fredonia areas. And then we have 134.96, but I won't get started on the fractions. That's a conversation for another day. And 49 as of when we publish this, 49 temporary, or what we are going to hopefully be calling a more appropriately limited appointment staff. So just around 184 staff, and that doesn't include the numerous other funding allocations and grants that we've been receiving that are going to add to some of that staffing number, at least for the foreseeable future. A couple other things I just want to point out, that these programs that are provided in these surrounding communities focus on the specific needs of those communities. Some examples include development of the farmers markets, healthy food advocacy, oral health programs, animal management, the medical examiner, meals and services to seniors, job development, immunization clinics, and rental assistance. So HHS covers the over 18,000 square miles of Coconino County, ensuring the well-being of our community and addressing and advocating for the needs of our residents. We're only able to do this by working closely with our partners and our communities to make the provision of our services as accessible to all of our residents as possible. Next slide, please. So HHS has over 48 different programs, 48 plus, and we there are actually several more, and we had decided to kind of pare them down under some umbrellas that are aimed at assisting our community. And they are a broad reach, as I had mentioned before, some of those things, and also include WIC, which is our Women, Infants, and Children program, Healthy Families, and then of course, the medical examiner and our animal management program, as I had mentioned before. Next slide, please. So we took all of the different things that we do in all of our different programs, and completed what I like to call a word salad, although that's not really the actual name for this compilation of words, but it kind of stuck when we were talking about it. But these 48 plus programs offer services or are available in each of your districts. We offer in-home family services and food nutrition in Tuba City and Loop, do the Arizona Help Zone and Health Start. First Things First works closely with the Hopi preschools to provide health support. And Vital Records is working to improve weekly access to birth certificates in Page and Tuba City. In Fredonia, rental and utility services, as well as flu clinics, are offered. Senior meal services are offered in Flagstaff and Williams. Forensic interviewing, injury prevention, and the medical examiner travel throughout Coconino County as requests are received to provide services. Through partnerships, we are able to work closely with other entities to ensure that individuals get a warm handoff to other services as they are needed, because we don't provide everything at the county, and nor do we want to be providing everything at the county, as there are lots of other service entities that are better equipped to provide those services. Just wanted to make one note as well, that individuals who are residing on the reservations have a choice to utilize either a Navajo Nation program or other tribal program, or a community or a Coconino County Health and Human Services program if they so choose. So we continue to focus on innovation and community outreach, and again, focusing on moving that health and service needle forward. Next slide, please. So a quick little highlight of some of our accomplishments. Certainly, as you are fully aware as the board, we are so proud as a county that we've been able to make an impact on our community and help in the pandemic response. Certainly our vaccination rate as of late that you've all been hearing about, our testing numbers that we started out very early on in the response to the pandemic, our surveillance, investigations and monitoring, and all of the environmental health work that we continue to do throughout the pandemic and in aiding in that pandemic. None of this, however, would have been possible without our community partners. We have had incredible accomplishments, I believe, with our communities in and around the county, have solidified even further those relationships and the importance of them, and expanded them in many, many areas, and feel really proud of the work that's been done and the relationships that we share with our partners. Also, would certainly be remiss to not state that our staff has really been our biggest accomplishment. And I say that because not only did we merge 3 departments into one before, certainly any of my time here, and in that interim of merging the 3 departments into one, starting down that path, and then all of a sudden there was more change, and then of course the pandemic response. And so what did staff do? Instead of getting stuck in, wait a minute, we're supposed to be merging into three into one department, we quickly had to shift, and everyone had to step up and be a part of the pandemic response. And this really allowed for, I think, in my observation of this, and certainly seeing this from afar initially, and then being more involved in it in the recent past, allowed for some really incredible relationships and just work ethic amongst each other to develop and grow and make that bringing 3 departments together kind of almost an afterthought, in that everybody went to the task at hand and focusing on those things at the same time while they continued to perform the work that they always had specific to their programs. And that's a huge accomplishment that not everyone would have been able to do. And that just gets back to the dedication and the commitment of the staff and the county and county employees overall. I think I've hit on all this, so I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Just wanted to, we're trying to come up with a visual representation of how the COVID response then also intersected with all of the other work that HHS staff is charged with doing, all of the multitude of programs and services that none of which ever stopped being performed. And I would, really want to make that point, that while we were busy doing this COVID response, which included everything from the tracking and testing, the vaccinating, all the planning, all the reporting to that, all of the different things that came into that response, and doing the sheltering operation in the hotel, and the list goes on, that all 184 staff that worked on that all together and simultaneously, while also continuing to provide services within their programs. And so even while they were doing that, many of those staff became that frontline staff with respect to testing and vaccination. But while all that was happening, we focused our efforts also on reporting, responding, and planning as we have been entering and going through each phase of the response. And here we are 1 year later, little more than 1 year later, providing vaccines and looking for ways to continue to monitor and help our communities recover from this devastating pandemic, while at the same time making sure that we continue to be prepared for future pandemics, because there will be future, and that we have the opportunity now to really do some things going forward that are going to have hopefully a positive impact and lessen the severity of any future pandemic. Next slide, please. So this is just a few, but very important things that I wanted to share. And on this slide is the link to these reports. They're all available on the website. But of note is that these were all produced during the COVID response. And it gives us insight into the future priorities that our community would like for us to focus on. And these reports cover all areas of the county. A couple that I'm going to talk about even more in detail that a little further in the presentation, but is our community health assessment and our community needs assessment. These are reports that are due once. The community health assessment is once every 5 years, and the community needs assessment is once every 3 years. And guess what? Both of them were due right in 20 and 21 during the middle of COVID. And staff did not falter in this. And despite all of the other information and that needed to be gathered, conversations with the community, data to be analyzed, they were able to produce these things while also producing the county weekly COVID reports, the overdose fatality annual report, and the medical examiner's annual report. And I point this out because when we get to the funding request, you will see why we're drawing this nexus of the need for the robust data and reporting mechanisms and staffing to be in place, as it is more crucial than ever in light of the pandemic situation. And then also, as I point out, some of the health and needs assessment items that our communities have indicated are the top priorities and their top concerns. Next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, what are those community priorities? So Health and Human Services vision and service provision is tied directly to these community priorities. And in the health assessment, at the health priorities for the community, it looks at what those health priorities are for the community, as well as looking at what are the leading causes of death. In Coconino County, we experienced higher rates of mortality for accidents, suicides, and chronic liver disease and cirrhosis than in Arizona and the US. So higher numbers. When we were talking to the community, their specific needs and what they identified with respect to health was tied very closely and specifically to mental health. The community needs assessment was the key topic, and those are listed on your screen there, was about housing affordability, the concern about having low-paying jobs, not being able to afford the things needed, therefore having people in a poverty and food insecurity situation. So these are those top community priorities. And certainly this won't come as a surprise to many of you, especially since most of you have been in Coconino County a long time, but 1 in 5 children in Coconino County are still living below the federal poverty level. And there are more people in poverty in Coconino County than in 9 other Arizona counties. Next slide, please. Just to put this in a little bit of a different type of comparison as well, this is just a quick reflection of the per person state public health funding. So in Arizona, our public health spending in 2019 was $15 a person. We're tied for 5th lowest spending per population nationally, and there's been no change in per person funding in 14 years. And the reason to point this out, and you can see on the screen here that Arizona spends $15, Utah spends $33 per person, and New Mexico $140 per person. And we wanted to take some states that were obviously our surrounding states to give you some comparison about that. But really what this is this reflects the state's public health investment. And this is intended to support disease prevention, crisis preparedness, and aims to end health disparities. But this $15 per person is not enough public health funding to move the needle. And as I mentioned earlier in starting out this presentation, that really we now have an opportunity going forward to, and certainly the goal of HHS is that we want to move that needle and move it in the right direction and keep it going in that right direction. And that takes not only accessing the state funding, but also how we're prioritizing and funding the services that we provide here in the county through our county revenue, as well as other grants and opportunities that we take advantage of. Next slide, please. So what makes up our health and human services expenses? And this is just a quick little chart. As I was indicating before, our total expenses for fiscal year 22, non-COVID related, are budgeted right around $21,000, just over $21 million, excuse me. And as you can see on there, and this is not uncommon as any other department because we work for the county and we are a service provider, that labor does make up our largest cost at 48%. And then of course, operations, and then mandated payments. These are the payments that we simply get an invoice and we are required to pay as the county. And that includes our Title 36, our long-term care, all-tax provider, and health access costs for providing those insurance and other costs for our citizens of Coconino County. Next slide, please. So how is HHS funded? So just wanted to give you kind of an idea here with respect to approximately 34% being general fund, 29% being federal and state grants. And again, I'm just specifically speaking about non-COVID. So we're going to get to the COVID nexus with this shortly. And then of course, our public health services district tax, which is about 25% of the total. And that, just to give you perspective around that comes in at about $4.9 million. And as we had shown you on the other chart, those mandated payments alone normally run approximately $7 million, and they continue to grow in excess of about $500,000 every year, just to stay current with paying those mandated payments. We are working with numerous grant-focused grants that are focused on prevention efforts. Those are the things that come through the state and federal grant opportunities that are the prevention and education grants. And then what is not listed on this chart, which we are not going to get into today, but just to put on the radar for the board and to understand what we will also be writing plans for, as well as ultimately receiving funding, is through the distribution of the Justice Reinvestment Fund, or better known as the Prop 207 potential funding that's going to come directly to local health departments with the intent that they are to help provide lasting sustainable changes with respect to health equity as well. So that will be an additional potential revenue source that we will be looking to implement in really addressing health equity in Coconino County. Next slide, please. So this slide, this is speaking specifically about COVID and COVID grants. And we wanted to give you a quick little just snapshot of what that looks like and kind of the timelines for those. And I'm not going to go over each of these individually. You will see, however, in the grant timeline and total awards that many of them span multiple fiscal years, many of which we have already been utilizing. That in particular, the top 4, well, epidemiology and specimen collection grants, we currently are utilizing those grants to pay for many of the temporary and limited term staff that are doing much of our epidemiology work, assisting with that and surveillance investigation, contact tracing and monitoring, certainly specimen collection with all the COVID testing and all the variations of things that we have been doing, had been doing and continue to do on different scales. Also the award of the mobile rural vaccines grant, which was just under $1 million. And we're working to secure that mobile vaccination van as part of that. Some additional funding specific to vaccines, being able to purchase some new refrigerators for our clinic. And then the 4 grants below that, enhancing detection down to that education equity. And that education equity, just to give you an idea of how quickly things are changing and how fast we are learning about different funding that is going to come through local health departments, and that we need to quickly put together plans, budgets, and respond to those requests. The one at the very bottom happened, I took 3 days off and that grant appeared on this slide and I knew nothing of it because it got talked about on Thursday. And so it's already made the slide. These are funding sources that many of which are coming through the CDC that are then funneling through the state. And I just want to point out just some exciting things because we don't have near enough time to talk about it all today. And I look forward to sharing more information with you. But one of the things with respect to that health disparities grant and health inequities, we were really excited when we saw that this was going to be a very large pot of funding that was available to all of the other 13 counties, because Maricopa and Pima got to had their own allocation. And so when we were trying to figure out what we were going to put in for this, and this all just happened, again, we just submitted this grant a week and a half ago. We really looked at this as the opportunity. One, we were going to ask for as much money as we possibly could because it was an opportunity to really work with our partners and spread some funding out throughout the entire county to address health disparities in its particular nexus to COVID. And again, all of these have to have some type of a COVID nexus, but as I mentioned earlier, a lot of things do, and most things regarding health do have that specific COVID nexus because of the impacts that health disparities have had on the way in which COVID has disproportionately affected many people with either underlying health conditions or poverty, race, ethnicity, other factors. But with that being said, I just want to point out that we asked for about $5 million and initially had written in $1.5 million that after talking to ADHS, and it had to do with some TGen funding and other testing, we found out that they were going to fund that in a different track. So then we quickly resubmitted some additional things and they came back and awarded us just over $4 million. And I just want to share this as I talked about the importance of our partners and the things that we're doing with a lot of these grants is not only are we trying to build staffing capacity to help implement many of these things, but we also utilize the opportunity to request a whole bunch of funding for many of our partner agencies in and around the county. And just, I'd like to just take a minute and share this with you because I think this is important for you all to hear, especially as we look going forward with the ARP grant or the ARP funding as well as our regular budget process. So with that health equity grant, we were able to come up with all sorts of different programs and provide funding for various things, including some staffing for many of the entities that I'm going to just quickly rattle off, and I'm not going to hit all of them. So Catholic Charities, to include rental assistance, a resource navigator, the Flagstaff Family Resource Center, the Guidance Center, Encompass Healthcare up in Page for resource navigators to add staffing to their existing services. NACA also for resource navigators to purchase internet cards so that we have access for folks when they are trying to do things virtually. NAU Health Equity, food banks throughout the entire county, including individual chapters and others. There's about $500,000 that we have allocated specifically to food banks and assisting with food distribution. Chicanos por la Casa for internet cards, Flag Shelter Services for sheltering, NAPTA for bus passes, the Red Feather resource coordination for HEPA and hand washing stations throughout our tribal lands, Salvation Army for gas vouchers, and the Flagstaff Family Food Bank for food resources and navigation and potentially a vehicle. So as you can see, there's a lot of money that is funneling down through Health and Human Services, and our opportunity to not only bring it within what we can provide, but also allow us to subcontract and push other funding out throughout our other public and private nonprofit entities who are providing those vital services. The last thing I want to point out on here, the vaccine equity and the education equity grants. Again, we are working with the school districts and others, and ultimately hoping to be able to subcontract and fund some positions for school districts and their nurses, and to work on that vaccine equity component, and then also learning more about the education equity, which will supplement on top of what the state is planning to do for some school K-12 based ongoing testing, and then providing money to the local health departments to work with the schools in developing wraparound services for those families who may test positive and need other types of services. So a lot more to come on that, but definitely wanted to just give you a picture of what I had mentioned at the beginning, which is in conjunction with this, plus some past grants and funding, well over $15 million. And I don't think that we've seen the end of that, as every week there seems to be some additional funding that they are very, the state in particular is very impressed with Coconino County and the way in which we not only write for the grants, but that we actually implement and utilize them. So this is some exciting stuff to also hopefully aid in moving that needle on our health inequities across Coconino County. So next slide. So as we talk about our challenges and opportunities, obviously all of the grant monies and other things are huge opportunities. And with those opportunities, of course, there are challenges that go along with them. As we go forward, certainly the opportunity and challenge is that HHS department needs to continue to work towards those department integration efforts outside of the pandemic response solely, but also together with that. And as I go to the final couple slides speaking about our funding requests, I would like to tie these things together, that we want to take this opportunity to really step back for a moment and recognizing that we're going to have to carve that out because there's a lot going on. but to really develop a strategic plan in conjunction with the entire department to continue to realign the 3 separate departments into one and really look towards how do we realize what has been a long time goal of HHS, certainly long before my time here, about coming up with a universal referral for services within and among HHS. And then ultimately expanding our staff, but not just expanding them to whatever the grant du jour is, which at this point in time obviously is much greater than in past. You know, you think about past pandemics that certainly were not worldwide pandemics that many of us, like Zika, for example, that many of us may not have even necessarily thought was anything we needed to worry about. Funding would come through on a limited term basis, and then programs and things get developed, and then that funding goes away, and the department isn't able, and the county isn't able to sustain that. So really looking at what is that expansion and how is it sustainable in the long term where it's having the most impact. And so with that, this includes, when we talk about that staff expansion and some of the discussions that we've been having, is that need for a full-time environmental health inspector in Page to license and inspect restaurants, pools, and ensure public safety. And of course, our epidemiologists for reporting, tracking, surveillance, and our clinical staff, nursing staff for vaccinations and testing. And then also making sure that we're including in those technology needs and abilities to provide our services in alternate forms that don't necessitate people coming to physical buildings to receive a service, regardless of a pandemic, that they can access services that are much more convenient for them without having to load up their kiddos and get on a bus or come out in the weather pushing strollers, getting rides from others to make their way in to do something that can be done in a virtual capacity if the services exist. Also, the opportunity to continue to grow our partnerships in the communities and many of the things that I mentioned that we've already done, and then some of the exciting things with some of the new funding opportunities that we've been able to capitalize on, and really focusing on helping addressing those health disparities while expanding services. Another great example of some of those partnerships that have been going on is our Meals on Wheels program has been working with the Coconino Community College on 4th Street campus to be able to utilize their kitchen so that we can offer home delivered meals to more seniors that live on the east side of Flagstaff, because there's temperature controls about how far you can actually take and deliver meals. And of course, expanding the rental and utility assistance programs throughout the entire county, and all of those other social safety net services. And then lastly, just in terms of challenges and how do we try to meet them with those opportunities, is the need for those the need and the challenge of those increased budgetary expenditures. So for example, that the cost of supplies, including food and vehicles, medical supplies, and then of course, medical malpractice insurance continues to increase each year as well. And knowing that Health and Human Services is also a clinical services provider, those are additional things that come with increased budgetary expenditures and create their own set of challenges that we have to navigate between. So next slide. So this actually leads me to what is in essence really our last two formal slides before pausing for questions and discussion. These were the funding requests that we submitted through the budget process, and we had been asked by the manager's office and budget and finance to rank them by priority. And what the team, after lots of discussion, what we had come up with was that strategic plan consultant, we need about $50,000 to put towards a little bit of additional grant money that we have with doing some community health planning, writing our health plan, as well as just the overall strategic plan for all of HHS. And so that's why that is on there. The 0.5 FTE for an environmental health inspector and page. And what this is this is a request to take what has been a 0.5 FTE in page that has been unable to be filled for quite a significant amount of time. And each time it does get filled, it doesn't last very long. And it's really contributed to the fact that it is only a part-time FTE. So this was something that we had prioritized because of the growth of tourism in the area in the northern part of Coconino County, the addition of multiple other hotels, pools, hot tubs, all of the other things that become and are requirements of environmental health to help regulate for safety and sanitation is of great importance. Our Flagstaff team is covering it, but it is a Band-Aid and not a solution. And certainly we're not able to provide the type of service that we feel is important for the health and safety of our community. With respect to the epidemiology requests and the clinic nurse funding request, the 0.5 FTE for epidemiology, that is to make to add to an existing 0.5 for a full FTE to continue to add to our need and our staff and expertise to be able to track, trend, and report on data and to help our community navigate the changing landscape. I just point out for your understanding, our epidemiologists, not only are they doing all the work on communicable diseases, but then they also do all the data compilation to help us write those community needs assessments and the community health assessments, the fatality overdose, opioid fatality review, medical examiners report, all of those things are responsibilities of the data fall back to our epidemiology staff. The nurse, the clinic operations, and this again was also looking at where our clinic currently stands and what the future needs and use of the Health and Human Services role in clinic services. And this particular request took what is a 0.4 of an FTE and a 0.5 FTE, requesting that 1.1 to make those two full complete FTEs, which make for much more sustainable recruitment, training, and retention. We've had very spotty success in hiring and retaining nurses, especially that are willing to travel and do the type of public health nursing that is important to the mission of HHS. A couple of the other requests, and I know, and I will speak to this, and I'm sure Steve will as well, but many of these things are definitely, hopefully going to be potentials for the ARP funding, but both the Flagstaff Senior Kitchen and the Williams, and Michelle, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, the Williams Senior Center Kitchen are both sorely overdue for kitchen remodels. And because we are contracted to run the senior meal programs in Flagstaff and Williams, the city of Flagstaff and the city of Williams own the buildings, but we are responsible for the kitchen maintenance. And they are both in need of repair and improvement. And I just want to point out, for the purposes of the board and board understanding, in our other communities in the county, in particular in Fredonia and Page, those respective cities operate and fund through grants and their city funding their senior meals programs. And in Tuba City, the meal program is operated by the We Are Navajo, the Navajo Area Agency on Aging. So I just wanted to help clarify that, especially for our newest board members, in terms of understanding why we do the senior meals programs in a couple of areas and why we don't in others. And the other number 6 on here is Health and Human Service vehicles, in particular escalator costs. And I just want to explain this. So 44% of Health and Human Services vehicles, well, 44% of them have over about 100,000 miles or are 9 years of age. And so there are many vehicles that don't ever get to the maximizing miles because they are not safe enough or reliable enough for people to take out of town outside Flagstaff area for provision of services. So that's certainly a concern, especially as we cover multiple miles with limited to no cell phone service, as you all know, throughout the various parts of the county. And to tie to this, just for the understanding of everyone, is that it's also about Health and Human Services and the history of how the programs have been funded or how they have tried to survive, especially with a lot of them being grant funding dependent, is that oftentimes the vehicle replacement and repairs are deferred because the current budgets that make up the programs, because they are dependent on grants and other things, and as costs go up, they cannot sustain those increased costs. And so that's what this was about, having that, and this includes our environmental health vehicles as well. There's a lot of vehicles that HHS has to utilize for traveling for all those inspections, certainly animal management and other things. So just wanted to give a little bit of context to that. And then the Meals on Wheels vehicle that was put in here as a request is for the purposes of expansion of the 4th Street east side of Flagstaff operation. NACOG and the area on aging is working on expanding the senior meals program to the east side past Fanning Street, which, as I'd indicated before, is a current limitation due to those food temperatures. And so this is about a vehicle, the needs for a vehicle to be able to deliver those meals. And then the number 8 on there is rental and utility assistance. And this was a request for additional rental and utility assistance. And I just want to make a point here that this is, as you've all been hearing, we've been tracking, and Michelle's been putting together reports about the various entities and how we can connect our residents to rental and utility assistance. But this is money that the county in the past has provided additional assistance with less regulations around residency and citizenship to be able to provide support for some of our families who may not qualify for other rental and utility assistance, and especially to those families as they face job loss, eviction, and potentially becoming homeless. And the last thing on here was something that the finance team asked us to put back on to the funding request. This was the medical examiner's toxicology costs that were approved last year in the fiscal year 21 budget cycle, but due to financial uncertainty, that request had been moved to one time. And so this was the to put that back so that it became part of that reoccurring part of the HHS budget, as this is due to the increased costs around providing those medical examiner services to our community. So with that really concludes kind of my overview. And now I would like to turn it back to Chair Ryan or to Steve, or however you'd like to proceed next with questions and clarification. And I left you a whole 35 minutes to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, shall I comment on the increments, or would you like to open it for board comments and then I'll go from there?
Why don't you start out, Steve, because I'm sure you're going to have some responses here as well. So go ahead.
Well, first of all of our vehicles are safe at all times to drive. Kim?
Well,
we have vehicles though that receive lower, just by design of the function that it does. So some vehicles are used much less, and so we would use vehicles that are probably more accustomed to in-town travel than out-of-town travel. But let me just kind of go through the increments. The strategic planning consultant, that's being recommended for our funding. So when you look at the work that HHS does in public health, community services, you name it, within that entire division, that super department, if you will, that all, of course, would be very ARP eligible, because one of the big focuses within ARP is to identify areas to deal with COVID and future possible similar occurrences, which we all hope we'd never have. So we're looking at ARP for the strategic planning consultant, the increasing the environmental health FTE from half to full-time. We did not have a recommendation yet. We were looking, of course, to see if there might be some, obviously fees with the type of work that that person does or that position does. And so we would be looking at that. And then, of course, our discussion on FTEs today, that's going to be an evolving discussion, as we lead towards the end of the next 2 weeks, to identify what the FTE needs are, to see what the resources are available, and then to see how the investment in the FTEs works within the compensation plan that we're putting together too. So trying to balance it all out. So I'll just kind of, if you would, put the FTE in a pending category. As Kim indicated, the next one, epidemiologist FTE from half to full. That has been recommended for recurring. And so that position has been recommended as requested. The next one is increase for clinical services, the 1.10 FTE. That is being recommended for possible ARP eligibility, again, due to the nature of the work that that position will be engaged in. But again, also I want to put that kind of in the FTE parking lot to have more discussion on as we get through the budget process. The next two items, the Flagstaff Senior Nutrition Kitchen Improvement and the Williams Kitchen Improvement, are both being recommended to forward through the ARP project process. The mechanical.
Steve,
go ahead.
Can I catch you for a second? Just because I'm looking at the 1.1 increase for clinical services, and maybe I heard you wrong, because I'm trying to check off a couple different things, but you have it checked off as you were without the ARP, you were considering carrying that one.
Right, but it is also an FTE position change, and so we want to put that for consideration. Hang on, I'm getting text from probably the staff that says I'm looking at this wrong. We did.
Go ahead, Siri. You got Siri up there. Steve's right there in the box up above. You can talk to him.
Go ahead, Siri.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so for the plan that you saw yesterday, we did have the epidemiology position in for next year. It's in as a one-time currently. Doesn't mean that it wouldn't be considered for recurring in the future, but we did add it as one time as well as the clinical.
Oh, yeah.
We put them in the general fund COVID bucket for next year.
Okay, and that makes sense. It's the one time, wasn't it? Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Steve.
No, I appreciate that. But again, I do want to say that I want to, well, we have a recommendation. The recommendations that we talked about are evolving, given what I think will be a different perspective on FTEs. So even though we've got some preliminary recommendations, I'd like to also consider it in the broader discussion on FTE growth. The next two items, Mr. Chair, the kitchen improvements for Flag in Williams, those are being recommended through ARP. Mechanical services increase. There are certain things and certain projects that after 10 years, you come back and it's still a discussion item. And it has to do with our mechanical services charges. And it certainly is not a reflection on anyone here, but we're still working through how that methodology for charging departments should work in such a way that as departments are paying a mechanical services fee, the cost of a new vehicle is factored into that rate. And so I'm going to probably pause and ask Lucinda to give a brief just a brief response to this particular SIR. Go ahead, Lucinda.
So I mean, we can certainly look at the specific details of HHS, and I'll own that we should have had that conversation with Kim and her team before this. But to that end, I think what you're seeing is that over time, some of those costs have gone up. We were not collecting enough at one point to cover the operating costs. We were then subsidizing out of the replacement plan. This next, so that's one issue. One issue is that over time costs have gone up, just like all of us running our vehicles, our personal vehicles, costs have gone up. We're recovering those costs, providing that service. So that's one impact on the departments. Some departments have operating capacity to pay for that change. That's not an issue. They don't exhaust their operating every year. Some do, and it's an issue. So, then, you know, in terms of the replacement fee, what we're doing is collecting that fee on an annual basis so that that vehicle can be replaced in 7 or 8 years or 10, whatever number of years until when it exhausts its mileage. So in that case, what we're going to do this next year, we've been doing that based on an average, but we're going to go back and evaluate vehicle by vehicle and then set the fee based on that going forward. Because in some cases, like the sheriff's office, they wear their vehicles out very, very quickly. And in other cases, less. Now, for HHS right now, we have deployed 2 EV vehicles and a charging station at HHS. So there are 2 motor pool vehicles there now that are brand new, ready to run, ready to go. So they do have access to vehicles, you know, that are new and should be able. They've got about a 230-mile range. So they do have some range limit, but a lot of work can get done within 230 miles, you know, within Flagstaff. So,
Mr. Chair, I guess the short answer is that, you know, we're not going to inhibit the necessary travel that needs to take place, but we are going to be revisiting the rate to again account for increases in just operating expenses as well as replacements. And so, we will not hamstring the department from doing the necessary travel it needs to do. And so, you know, we'll either come back prior to the setting of the budget, or we'll be looking at how we can accommodate that increase with current budget. But again, we will not hamstring the department. Okay, let me move on down. The Meals on Wheels replacement, that's being put in as an ARP recommendation. Rent and utility assistance, the same. Operational expenses, we talked about that, the 65,000, that's recommended. And then the final one is our Title 36 mandated costs, $463,000. Again, that is a cost that comes to us that we're mandated to pay, and it's challenging to try to forecast those individuals that constitute our most, another segment of our most vulnerable population that need to be cared for. And so that is that's needs driven based on activities. So I think I've covered all of the increments on the list.
And Steve,
All right.
or Chair Ryan, if I could add something just in terms of, if that's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, I just want to thank Steve and the finance team and budget team and everyone for all of the work that has gone into this, to Nicole and John specifically for helping the department. But I also just wanted to point out, and thank you, Steve, for walking through those things. We want, and especially with that, as Steve just brought up, that putting into the budget those increase of costs for Title 36 and other things, that will then allow us that as we have other savings within HHS that are not tied to a mandated must pay type of thing, to then look at other ability, for example, that the environmental health FTE that we were just talking about in Page, to be able to work with the manager's office, with budget and finance about potentially having a way to do that without having to add to an additional cost burden, if you will, to make that happen. So, I mean, we're certainly open, and as we continue to look at all the different funding sources that are coming through, and even covering, you know, we've been really creative, and I credit this to Michelle and Monita in particular, of as we had started funding positions that we had to bring on at the very beginning of COVID, and we were able to secure these other grants and quickly move them off of the general fund COVID bucket, if you will, to be paid for out of these grants. And we will continue to be diligent in doing that every step along the way to maximize every dollar that the county can get to fund the things that we need. So thank you.
Just clarification. We were starting a conversation of whether we were going to keep those mandated expenses within the health fund or the general fund. No matter what, we have to pay for on it. I'm forgetting where that conversation left off as we came into this budget.
I'm not aware, Mr. Chair, but we can certainly look at that. In pulling those, we have time. So we have a variety of mandated payments within the organization that we can certainly look at putting them in a separate budget. So it certainly wouldn't impact the department whose budget it's in currently. But yeah, we can evaluate that.
No matter what, we're going to have to look at the larger piece of it, Kim. You know, just in terms of.
But I can see your point, Mr. Chairman, that it would in some ways impact the department's ability to be flexible with the mandated cost that needs to be paid regardless. And so I can see that it might be beneficial to pull those out of departments where they're in right now so that it doesn't impact the department's ability to be more flexible within the other line items. So I hear what you're saying. So we can look at that.
Yeah, we started that conversation and we placed it in there once upon a time on these are health-based impacts. We're creating a health district. I'll assume responsibility on that one, on driving that one. We were creating a district. We were challenged across the board entirely throughout the county and what our budgets were. And we absorbed the health costs, even though mandated, inside the health district. More recent conversations came about late last year, I believe it was, or last year, of maybe we should start looking at it a little bit differently. There's some level still of responsibility with the health district, but to what degree? They cannot handle the increased rates that are occurring associated with these mandated costs, and it just pares down their ability to do their services, so to speak, on it. So, and the other side of it, though, is if we were to do it now, Kim, we probably already forecast for other, unless I'm off, I'm not sure where we positioned it for this particular budget on that. And, but if we positioned it with you, it would take away from other areas, and we need to take a look at that. Is basically what.
I think Mr. Chairman, Siri wants to make a comment.
Siri.
Thanks, Ryan. And I was actually hoping that HHS team could stay on for some of our wrap-up discussions. I do have the outlook of the Public Health Services District 10-year plan available to pull up, and that may answer your question. Let's maybe answer some of your questions.
Okay.
Yes, Siri, we will stay on.
Okay.
And are you talking about which wrap up? Are you talking about wrap up later after we're done the budget there, Siri?
You're muted.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry, Chair Ryan. I thought we were going to discussion, but after community development. So I guess it would be a rejoin after the community development meeting at 3:30.
Okay, today you're talking about. Okay, gotcha. Fantastic. And have a lot of people, a lot of supervisors waiting on screen to ask questions or add comments. I just want to throw in a couple. Just brought up the community needs discussion when we were talking about housing, when we were dealing with the development in Coconino Village. It's real important for the board to start to see these different plans, knowing that they're moving forward. Very good, but it'd be great. Are they complete, Kim? You're muted.
See if I can get off mute there. So no, and there's a lot of things that are not complete. I mean, we certainly have different funding streams that we are tapping into. We're trying to get as much notice. What the biggest difficulty right now is funding comes through and we have like 8 days to turn around a proposal to draw to see if we can get the funding. But as we get looking at some of this other potential for housing related dollars, hopefully, and those are most of the stuff that we've been doing right now is very short-term related funding. And Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong. But I think as we go further into this process and with some of the other ARP funding that's not just coming to the county, but that will likely be coming to other entities, we want to be a part of those, conversations of where does the county fit in that, but that we can do it in a way that we are, adding value and bringing the county to the table to enhance what else is already out there, and that already have mechanisms in place to run and operate those kinds of programs, those kinds of things. So we're excited about what that might look like, but it's very early stages right now.
Okay, and that we can follow up on that. Plenty of time on that. All right, I'm taking up too much time because I want to have a chance on this. So I'm going to start with Geronimo. Go to Judy. Go to Patrice. And Lena. Let me check. Are you out there, Lena? She was having technical issues. Well, let's go ahead with Geronimo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Musselman, for all your hard work and your team's work. It's really cool to see the grand scope of it. You've been reporting at every board meeting, and yet today I finally got the scope of just how big the Health and Human Services Department is. I really appreciated the video on social determinants of health and think that's really important that we continue to address social determinants of health and promoting that out to the community and to our partners. And I noticed I was going through and looking at the requests and whatnot. So more or less, it's about 50-50. The funding requests are for the ARP monies and the others to the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Festus.
Just trying to sort through all the weeds and kind of figure out what's what. So, but I really like the requests and hopefully we can find a way to fund as much of it as we can, because our Health and Human Services, that's where our services are for our community. I wanted to commend your department. Recently, I had some folks from my district reach out that needed help, and they were able to get some assistance fairly quickly. And so I was really excited to be able to see that happen. So thank you for serving our community.
All right. Thank you, Geronimo. Next, Supervisor Begay.
Okay, I guess I'm next.
Can hear you. Yep.
Okay. There's so much material that we're looking at, and I'm sitting here thinking, wow, this is a lot of information that we're asking for from the departments and getting the budget information. But nonetheless, it's good information, and I'm enjoying the presentations, and I just want to say there's a lot of work that was put into it. And then also a lot of services out there for our communities. And a lot of it is basically on the needs side of everything. It's not something that we want, it's needs. So I'm glad that there's various funding from the federal or even the grants that are being used. So I don't know, I would like to see probably a graph of the department's what services are within the grants, and just on one sheet for the department. That way we know, because all of this is kind of mixed right now, and it's mentioned in several areas. And so I think that would give me a picture personally as to what, because grants are there, they're given. And then also mandated items of funds from the federal, they're pretty much mandates. But as far as the general funds, I think we can do that. I would appreciate that. But otherwise, good job, Kim. You're always there. I know that you're there with your staff, for the community, and you all did a good job. And I commend you, each and every one of you, for the times that you spent away and just being out there for the community, even on weekends and evenings and things like that. So. And so I just want to say thank you, Steve, for your leadership, in getting these reports together, and that, is something that we need. And certainly, we can't do everything, but I know that we can do as much as we can, given the amount of departments that we have. And so that's the other thing. So I just want to say thank you, everyone, for your involvement and your expertise and experiences and moving the county's departments ahead and forward and for the better for our community. So thank you so much.
All right, and before I go to Supervisor Horstman, and I see we have Vice Chair Fowler here. Glad you could work out the technical stuff, Lena. And we know you've been away testifying also. Kim, are you good with Supervisor Begay's request in terms of charts and trying to help distinguish the funds?
I think that would be for all departments. I'm sorry. That way we're Steve, for maybe the departments just on one sheeter for how much money is coming out of certain and how much the budget overall is that they're requesting. So that would kind of give us a real clear picture of it. Thank you.
We will begin to work on that. Will take some time to condense, but yeah, we can certainly provide that to all board members. But certainly that's fine.
And so is that an achievable task during budget, or is that something that?
No, we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna wait till after, because it's not gonna be. We can certainly point to pieces of the information in your packets to look at, to discern some of the information that's being requested. But I think if we want to condense it down to fewer line items, it might take some work. So I guess I don't have a good answer for you, Mr. Chair, at this point in time.
Okay, just noting that, with staff working on budget, they might need a little more time on that. But Steve's going to work on that. Let's see, Supervisor Horstman. Patrice? I was going to call you Judy Horstman. There you go.
Okay, and I'll call you what, Matt? Matt, okay, I don't know. So, yes, and good afternoon, Kim. Thanks. Just you and your staff. I cannot thank you enough for what you've done during our pandemic and crisis. But it's also really important, as Geronimo said, to really see all the breadth and depth of what HHS does. I mean, 48 ongoing programs that you're overseeing over and above COVID. And I'm anxious to take a closer look at the community health assessment and the community needs assessment, because it really does show the health inequities and the contributing factors for these health inequities within the county, and that you and your staff have worked so hard to work with and to address. And I am so pleased to hear about the $4 million COVID grants award. And that is so cool. And, one of the things that I've really seen and didn't realize until, I sat on the Board of Supervisors is how closely HHS is working in partnership with our other agencies. And, that became so apparent during COVID. And I hope to see that even more when you're talking about ARP funds and possible partnerships with these other agencies, because it takes more than the county to fill the needs that are ongoing within our community. And quite frankly, to help address some of the health inequities that occur here in our community. Flagstaff Social Services, Catholic Social Services, Housing Solutions, NACA, you just kind of were going through the list, and I've seen you working with these organizations and so effectively during COVID, and that a multi-approach challenge that we really addressed here in Coconino County. So thank you. Your funding requests, I gotta say, they're large. On the other hand, they're small. And I say they're large because they're big numbers. But the importance in what is served by this request is very important to us. And I acknowledge and certainly see that. And let me tell you, some of these are just ripe for ARP. And from looking at what the principles that the Board of Supervisors has looked at for ARP funding, the Williams Senior Center and the Flagstaff Senior Center kitchens, that's exactly the kind of thing with this one-time ARP money. I mean, to me, it was made for. So, I appreciate that. I'm not sure, I got to tell you, I got lost on the discussion on the $30,000 with the vehicles, and I'm assuming I'm going to hear about that later. And I'm not sure it's worth spending 1 million hours on the $30,000 for the vehicles. But other than that, I think well done, and I so appreciate you and your staff's commitment to our community and to address the important community issues and inequities and health inequities here in Coconino County. So you guys rock. I say that to you every time I see you, and I mean it, and really appreciate it. So thank you.
All right. Just note, when I got on the board and joined Steve and crew, our manager supervisor shared vehicle was a Rico repossession with the front hood that had all the paint burn off the top of it. I would show up at conferences with that while everybody else had their pretty fleet vehicles out there. So,
But at least yours didn't have the cocaine still in the door that they forgot to take out.
I was trying to ask about that, whether the drugs had been removed.
Let's move on, please.
Don't know. Yeah, there we go. So I have Vice Chair Fowler out there, Lena.
Well, hey, I love seeing you hiking out of Havasu Pie there. It's really great. Thank you. How can we, it seems like not just saying thank you is just not enough. Although a whole department is so professional. Everything that you're all doing, all the outline that you have just outlined is just a scratch of everything that you all do. I want to just thank you for being able to work through very complex issues that was coming from all directions. I know that the health department is very complex. We spent many work sessions just going through the unfunded mandates, just trying to organize and understand what exactly is a health district. You explain it so well and with ease that it seems very uncomplex. But everything that you do touches all the communities or the citizens of the county. And I just want to thank all of you. And I mean, it's just from rental assistance, the vaccines, testing, that's just the medical examiner, just everything that we can, that it's the county that takes care of that. In the national news, it always says the state health department. I'm always sitting there saying the county health departments, county health districts, and that's exactly where you are. All the public health services comes through the county health departments. And then your ability to network, just absolutely amazing to be able to work through complex issues. Who knew that we had to house all of the homeless people and figure out how we're going to do that? Who knew we had to rent a hotel to be able to do that and provide meals? We didn't know that. I think what it has done, and I know this is what it has done, is to be able to bring all the partners a lot closer together, be able to know how to work together on all fronts. So I just want to thank you and thank Mike. I see Mike here. And Michelle. Michelle, thanks so much. We're working together on the tax preparation. We even prepared taxes for individuals. We do birth certificate, which was mentioned. We are involved in all aspects of people's lives and in various ways, from environmental inspection and the restaurants to, and someone cannot say that Coconino County Health Department did not help them or touch them in some way. Every citizen is touched through your department. So I just want to thank you. I think with just what, your requests were real. This is unusual times with our budgets. We'll have to see where they all fit in. So I just want to thank you, and your clear, direct presentation was really great as we do. I really like the PowerPoint and how it was laid out, and just the presentation. Thank you. So Mr. Chair, with that, thank you. Appreciate this time.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
I had it unmuted and muted it. All right, Steve.
I believe all the board has spoken. I just want to make a quick closing comment. So earlier in the presentation, Kim presented the social determinants of health. And while it refers to social determinants of health, it really is a concept that, in a framework that covers the work of many departments here at the county. So from the work that the superintendent of schools is doing, certainly when you look at social determinants of health, there's a strong connection to early education and care. When you look at the work that our justice system, from our deputies to the bench to defense to prosecution, we would all say that social determinants of health clearly impacts those that are entering the system, those that are leaving the system, and how those individuals that may be leaving the system are cared for in the community. Supervisor Horstman referenced the important role that nonprofits play in our work. And so it truly does take a lot of different stakeholders. And I think that as we continue to have conversations as an organization, and you'll hear from, of course, the Sheriff's Department and the judicial system, we talk about deflection, alternatives to incarceration. We talk about as many things as we can do early in a child's life. The paybacks are immense. And so again, I just want to comment and first of all, appreciate Kim and the team at HHS for adopting the social determinants of health as a model, because it certainly has a lot of practical benefit, but it's not just one department's role. It's every department's role in investing in the work that we can do there. And so I just wanted to close my comments to appreciate Kim and the team, but also to remind all of us that we all have a role when we look at social determinants of health. Every department here at the county. So thank you.
All right, well said, Steve. And it's, I listen to the discussions, and very complex, a lot of areas that were covered. We're just into our first day also. But as noted by Steve, varying areas that some cross paths, some don't cross paths, but are so important to community. And these are special elements that we all get to look at. And as we come together, focus on the budget, what we can do for next year, how we can help to focus so we can affect our populations. But also for our sake, as we start to develop strategies of seeing what the challenges are, it offers us food for thought to think about as we work our way through prioritization, strategies for the future, and our decisions that we work through. I think great presentation, Kim, as always. Again, for the sake of all the work that your staff has done. See your leaders out there, but you got a lot more folks out there. We certainly do appreciate it, especially during these tough times with COVID and how you're at the forefront helping our communities come back together. With that, we've used up our time for Health and Human Services. I'll check in. Do we need, a 5-minute and then come back? Or are we doing okay? I'm not seeing anybody wanting to break away for the 5-minute. We can do that after we get done community development. So the next item up is that we have community development, which will be our last department for a presentation. Last time I said it was tab number 4. It was the number 4 presentation on tab 20. So you all were so nice and let me get away with that. Community development is our number 5 presentation, but they're under tab 12. And we should have Jay Christelman coming up with this step. Jay, we want to just test to see if your mic's working. And
can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Oh, very clearly too.
Excellent.
If you're in that conference room, you guys usually use that echoes. I can really hear you in this case.
We stopped using it, Mr. Chair, for that very reason. We couldn't get the acoustics right.
Okay. Well, good. Wonderful for this. So as you get your staff up, I'm going to turn to Steve first to see, Steve, do you want to touch on anything before we launch into Jay taking off with his presentation?
We're good, Mr. Chair. Jay's put together an excellent presentation to share with you today. So thank you.
Okay. And just for note, we've gotten a number of PowerPoints that we don't have in our packets. If we can get those distributed to the board. Yeah, I assume you guys were already probably working on that, but just to check in to make sure that we do. Jay, I'm going to turn the floor. Well, I'll turn it over to you. Just as noted, we go through our welcome and introductions. Next, we're looking for you to give your presentation on the department overview. With the various points associated with that, funding requests and prioritization, and then we'll go into the board discussion and questions. And we have you from 2:30 to 3:30.
Mr. Chair and County Manager Peru, thank you so much. After sitting in for the last 35 or 40 minutes on the Health District budget presentation, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that ours will be a bit easier to swallow. So with that, I'll proceed. So I wanted to touch on a little bit of the revenue and permit side of things. And Siri brought this up a couple times yesterday during the kickoff. And you've heard it from Lucinda and from our team all year. The department is extremely busy right now. And it's not as if 2020 or 2019 rather was a slow year. Those were also very busy years. It's just that with the low interest rates and the ease of obtaining money, we've seen just a tremendous level of activity. So I'll quickly go over. There's a lot of numbers here, but I'll quickly go over it. Can you see my cursor okay? I know I had a problem this the other day.
No cursor.
Just
Okay,
barely.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
I have to switch screens. A little bit about our revenue. So,
hey, did you want to introduce your team?
Oh, yes. Thank you, County Manager Peru. So I do have Rachel Davis, our business manager, here with us, and it's just the two of us.
And then Amanda's on too.
Oh, she is. I didn't see her on when I jumped on, so that's good. She's in here too. She'll take over the final slide. So we just had the third quarter of FY20 end at the end of March. And so previously we had $967,000, give or take, of revenue through the third quarter. Through this past March, rather, for FY21, we're at 1.3 million. So that's a considerable amount increase over where we were this time last year. Additionally, we brought in $220,000 in revenue just in April, just last month. So we fully expect to exceed $2 million in revenue this year. The budget for the entire department is right about 2.3 million. So with our proposed fee increase, which I'll get into here in a moment, we're trying to get to a model of cost recovery for the department as long as we maintain the level of work that we're at. I think we've talked about this a little bit, but from a department perspective, we don't feel that construction projects should be subsidized by taxpayer dollars. So we feel that it should pay for itself. I'll briefly go over the kind of the overall permit. These are all lumped together, but last calendar year, we had about 1,400 total building permits. We had over 1,700 this past year. Previously, 246 engineering permits up to 358. Environmental quality, 1,208 up to 1,562. And zoning, previously 402 up to 486. So it's an increase of about 860 total permits, which is like I said, it's a considerable jump considering that we weren't slow previously. We've been busy like this for the last several years. It's a good problem for us to have. One of the things we really did focus on this past year, and I would like to apologize to Siri and John Comer. We did take several months to perform our fee study analysis, but we wanted to be meticulous about it. And I say that because we had seen such an increase in activity, and so much of it was in the outlying areas of the county, of Forest Lakes, for example, and Blue Ridge and Greenhaven and Ash Fork. We saw such an increase. Those drive times for staff are significant. And, this past year we did implement a video inspection program, but we don't have a lot of people take part in it. They like us to physically be there at the inspection so that we can print off a deficiency notice or whatever. We do have some people more locally that take advantage of it, but a lot of the contractors in the outlying areas that we don't know as well, they haven't been. So our fee study revealed that our cost recovery needs are not being met, and in particular this past year. So the short of it is, and we talked about fees a couple of months ago, but the short of it is that we're proposing fee increases from about 5%. The majority of the fees are between 5 and 10% increase being proposed, up to 20% for planning and zoning. And I'll use an example of why that is. Planning activities are often far from cost recovery just because for the average customer, it would be so cost prohibitive. But I'll use Kachina Highlands as an example for our permit fee. It was about $4,700 for a 173 lot application for subdivision. We spent tens of thousands of dollars in staff time working on that project over almost a year. So we get that one fee, and it often does not come anywhere near covering the more complex projects. So before I move on from our proposed fee study, does any of the supervisors have any questions about that? Any concerns? Okay.
Not seeing it, and probably be good just to go through the presentation, and then we can come back into questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
So our fund requests are pretty simple this year. This laptop fund request was actually resolved at the county manager and staff level, but I'd like to thank John Comer and Rachel and the county manager's office for helping us to locate the funds that we are not spending. We've been a pretty frugal department this year to pay for these laptops, but I would like to briefly explain why it is that we asked for several laptops. The majority of our field staff has lost office space. They don't have a permanent workspace to come back to with IT's relocation into the community development location. Previously, they used iPads because they had permanent workstations in the office, to print their deficiency notices or hard cards or whatnot. So they used iPads for the majority of the field work. That's just not working very well anymore. So we wanted to replace those iPads. They're 3 and 4 years old anyway, with laptops. So I do want to thank the flexibility to find the funds. We ordered them today, as a matter of fact. So thank you for that. Now, the other one that I put in for fund request was for scanning of our documents. So we're very paper heavy here in community development. We have paper files going back to the 60s. We did, however, go completely paper free during COVID. It's something that we had been working on for several months prior to COVID hitting. But we have successfully implemented 100% paper-free operation since relatively quickly when COVID hit. And Rachel, I'd like to thank you for that. There was a lot of work that went into it, but our software system works best with that, with using no paper. So we had previously received funds through the budget process several years ago to scan into a program called OnBase all of our building permit applications and building plans. So that was done. Well, since then, we have what's called a SmartGov, which is our permit tracking software. And it is also cloud-based, and it has the ability for us to upload all of our paper documents to the parcel number, to the application, right there when we go into the permit tracking system. It's so convenient, and it saves us a significant amount of staff time. So what we had proposed was not only getting rid of all our paper to help with our customer service, uploading into SmartGov, but in visiting with Lee Root one day here at the building, we had walked around and noticed how many additional touchdown spaces that with the Vera desks that facilities has been providing. They don't take up a whole lot of room, but we use them as touchdown spaces, and we could create several more touchdown spaces in both the IT side of the building, because our file cabinets are over there too, as well as on the community development side of the building. So it was sort of a bifurcated approach for that scanning request. And I do understand and appreciate that it'll be reevaluated with the American Rescue Plan funds. So that's really the only funding request we have, is for that scanning of our documents. And again, I would like to point out that for the last year, we do not recreate paper anymore, which is ideal. I know this discussion came up with regards to the King Street building location, because all the departments that would be moving, don't bring your paper with you was sort of the mantra. So we've been trying to get out in front of that. Now this is sort of a carryover request, as not funds, but a carryover idea. So last year, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the Chevelon Butte wind farm, huge wind farm. We expected it to be constructed starting this year. They did not get their power purchase agreement, so they're looking at a future year. We don't know when that is, but they're still very confident that it's going to move forward. What we had thought we would do is come back to the board for a budget adjustment or budget amendment, I'm not sure what it's called, to ask for funds to pay for temporary building inspectors. Why I am adamant that this will need to happen is looking back at the Perrin Wind facility when it was constructed, when they were in full motion underway in that project, we had 2 building inspectors all day for daily inspections, 6 days a week. And Lucinda, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was either 1 or 2 public works inspectors that helped us in that project. And it was 6 days, 6 days a week, all day.
Yeah, there was one dedicated person who worked an extensive amount of overtime as well.
Yes, thank you for that. So this is an even larger project, and this isn't the only one. That's the one that's currently approved. There are 2 proposed projects that are in the application stage right now, very near completion. They just don't have their hearing dates scheduled yet. Both of them on the CO bar of the Babbitt Ranches. One of them is Clenera, which is up to 6 square miles of solar. And the other one is a company called Next Era, which is a combination of wind and solar. So if one or any combination of those projects come online, the permit fees will overwhelmingly cover the cost of what some temporary inspectors or necessary overtime would be. So we had thought that we'd come back to the board with a request for a budget amendment if one of these comes forward this fiscal year. One of the items that we do have going on, we were awarded a grant this past year for $856,000, I think it was. It's through the Department of Defense, through the Office of Economic Adjustment, which Chair Ryan, I don't know if you know this, but they just changed the name of that too. I can't remember what it is, but it's not the Office of Economic Adjustment anymore. But it is through the DoD. And it's to implement the goals and policies that came out of our joint land use study from a couple of years ago. Now, we just had last week the full committee kickoff So this project is really about to soar underway. They've been in the data gathering phase for the last 3 months or so. I'd like to thank our Jay Smith and our friends in IT for helping them put all that information together, as well as Wes Deason and his team. So what this military installation sustainability grant does, real simply, it implements the goals and policies that came out of our joint land use study. And ultimately, it focuses on protecting our military installation missions. So that would be Camp Navajo and of course the Naval Observatory. So we are working on that and it's well underway. Before I kick it over to Amanda, I forgot to put in a slide in here. I actually feel bad about it. It was about our long-range planning activities. So we do have Melissa Shaw and a number of other staff working on both the renewable energy ordinance. That was a goal that came out of our comprehensive plan update from the very end of 2015. So we've been working on that for a while and do anticipate having it before the board for adoption, hopefully in the fall. There will be work sessions and open houses before that, I can assure you. And then the other one is the Donny Park, Fernwood, Timberline area plan update, which again, we only have 2 chapters to go. We had a pleasant meeting with Supervisor Hronimo the other day regarding our progress on that. And we also hope to have that before the board for adoption after public houses in the fall. So with that, I'll advance to this slide. And Amanda, did you want to take it over on this slide?
Sure. Thank you, Jay.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chair Ryan and members of the board and County Manager Peru. I'm very happy to be here with you all this afternoon. And thank you for your work on the budget. It's a long day. So just wanted to briefly talk about county sustainability. And this goes beyond just our sustainable building program. So again, friendly reminder, it was about 10 years ago, county leadership asked for us to expand the sustainable building program and also address county-wide sustainability efforts and initiatives. And with that, we have been keeping very busy. The interest in sustainability and climate change is growing throughout the country, the state, and the county. So we, in the sustainable building program, we went from consulting with just maybe 20 projects and working with a few in construction to now working with 50 to 60 projects currently right now, about 30 in construction and the others in consultation. When we took on the pilot program for alternative systems and materials, that was an opportunity to bring affordability in with innovative use of local materials, recycled materials. That program has also grown in popularity, and we developed an advisory committee to help assess the alternatives and provide feedback and support to our building official for addressing whether it's earth bag construction to straw bale adobe, and again, with the intent to make these methods more affordable for community members without the high cost of engineering. And then with countywide, we continue to work with county departments and community partners. We recently worked with the Fort Tuthill County Park with Cynthia Nemeth and community members in developing a sustainable water management plan out there. I'm very excited to have the first one in Coconino County, but definitely looking forward to expanding that effort and being able to move forward with some of the projects identified in the plan. And it was the goal of the board and county leadership and our committee in developing that plan was to create a model to take to other county facilities and community partners as a whole. We are working with Public Works right now with the electric vehicle fleet program. And I'm very excited to have 2 fully electric vehicles, Chevy Volts, that are ready now for anyone to use. They're part of motor pool. So that means any county employee has access to these cars. And that was really important to us, and start really gearing up our electric vehicle program was to allow this new technology to be accessible to all departments and staff, so that one, everybody gets a chance to learn and be a part of it. And then the other is to give us feedback on how do these new cars and new systems work for their operations and needs. And so as we move forward, we can be systematic in making sure we're meeting the diverse needs of that. And then Jay mentioned the long-term or long-range planning. We serve with Melissa on that, and community development. As the area plans are being updated, we are helping to bring in a sustainability and resilience conversation. And if the community would like to move forward, then a chapter, a section that addresses it. So you'll be seeing that with the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plan. I also, with climate change and the impacts, we're seeing more drought, more wildfire and floods. So working to try to bring awareness and resources to this issue, and working closely with Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani. Sorry, my phone just went off. And in developing a community resilience program that would be available to county residents. So yeah, just a lot's happening, and a lot of different sustainability efforts are happening with various departments, various programs, and various services. So we're having a conversation about the best way to move forward with county sustainability, the best way for us to have collective impact on our efforts and on our resources. And so our goal is to come back this summer with a deeper discussion about where the county board and leadership I would like to see countywide sustainability and get your all's feedback on our next steps and direction. And so, yeah, I often give highlights, I guess, with our new supervisors. I should give just a little bit more background too, is that some of these pictures, so we have an internal green team that is made up of volunteer staff within Coconino County. And this team is our advocates, our folks that help us plan our county Earth Day, help us to remind our colleagues to turn off the lights, to recycle. They're the ambassadors. And then the other pictures of our county solar. We were able to install solar on 3 of our county buildings through a power purchase agreement about 5 years ago. And this is offsetting 1/3 of our electricity consumption currently. And with an estimated $2.5 million savings to Coconino County through utility savings. And definitely as we move forward with climate planning, climate mitigation, adaptation, there's a need to have a conversation of what do we at Coconino County want to do in terms of carbon footprint, carbon neutrality, and making some decisions going that way. As you probably heard, City of Flagstaff has a carbon neutrality plan that they're bringing to City Council for adoption on May 18th. And then City of Sedona is currently working on a climate action and adaptation plan. And I serve, or Coconino County serves on the stakeholders groups for those plans, and providing our expertise in rural sustainability and sustainable building in particular as well. And so, yeah, just look forward to coming back and having a conversation with you all about where we'd like Coconino County to go with our sustainability efforts and visions, and with our climate planning in mitigation and adaptation. And we will be back in May 25th. We have an 1.5-hour work session planned that we will, Nicole Antonopoulos from the city of Flagstaff I will be presenting on their efforts, and Mackenzie Jones from Sedona will be presenting on their efforts. We'll give an in-depth overview of the Sustainable Building Program, where we're at, where we're going, and then county sustainability as well. So look forward to having that opportunity too. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to you, County Manager Peru. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to board members. That concludes the community development budget presentation. You will see for the increments that have been requested, the one for the scanning of the documents. It's a substantial investment, but it certainly is an investment in the right direction, and that is being recommended for consideration of the ARP process. And so it's important to note, though, that by doing so, we do create additional touchdown spaces or places where our folks can work. As a result of the IT relocation, we did have to rework the facility space up there. I want to give credit to Sue Brown and the team up there for working with Jay and everyone up there to accommodate the department and the needs of everyone. And so again, we're making space where we can to accommodate, but looking at, I think, because some of the contemporary, more innovative ways to look at space planning by the use of touchdown spaces and kind of remote work, hoteling, if you will. That's again great. To be increasing direction as it pertains to facilities management. So I will pause and respond to any questions you and the board may have.
All right, pausing for a moment for the board for questions for Steve. And then we'll take a moment here. Actually, if you guys could bring down these PowerPoints that are in the back of each of these sections. I thought they were just bigger and larger. And as I look at them again, I scanned through them. I swear I did, but they seem smaller in the book on that. So just a couple points or questions that I'll start off with. I can see, for now, getting by, my impression as I've been watching community development over past 2 years, but this year in particular, there are capacity conversations to have. Looks like you are addressing some of them with recommendations of the inspectors, the temporary inspectors. For instance, if we do get that wind farm rolling along, that one's so much bigger than the Hearn wind farm, the one that's been approved, and there is a potential one in the future as well. But you look at last year, we set records, and this year we're about a third more permits than last year. So we do have that pressure. So not much discussion associated with your staff capacity, although I do see notes in your report that you submitted to finance associated with that. Just a couple quick questions and places of note I just wanted to bring up. The lighting specialist, I don't want us to lose track of the lighting specialist with the J-Luce. I think we're good for this year, but I just want to confirm that because there's a certain point that we need to build into our process, the reoccurring component as our share as we work together on that issue and the partnership. And you lose sight of that, and you kind of start losing sight of, we've got the J-Luce that's pumping in federal funds, and that is the essence of some of our successes. Just having that and seeing that being implemented triggered the opportunity for some of the other opportunities we have with grants and bringing these federal funds in that we have been able to do. So just checking on the lighting specialist. Are we good for this year?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe we have staff have been working on the IGA with the city to split the cost of the dark sky specialist. Is that right, Jay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and County Manager, for that, that's correct. We actually caught it a little bit late. So again, I'd like to thank John Comer and Lucinda for helping catch that. The IGA expires this year. It's in the attorney's office for final review. We only changed the duration of it to extend it for 5 years with termination within 30 days, which is how it was written previously, either from the city or the county. Mark Stento has been doing a terrific job. So John caught that and got it in for this year. So it will be a 4-year funding request at next year's budget hearing, so that it's it's a more longevity. And I was asked to ask Mark Stento how his time was broken up versus the city and the county. It's actually really close to 50%, if you can believe that. And a lot of that time recently has been coming from Mark's work with the Military Installation Sustainability Grant. He's an integral part of the dark sky piece. So we've been very happy with his performance.
Well, and I would make the argument also, we would be penny wise and pound foolish to start trying to incrementally divide that out because it's bringing in, just the success of that is bringing in the millions for everything else that we are working on in this process. And I'll put in a plug for the greater program. As we bring that money in, we need to be thinking of using some of that money to continue the success for future opportunities. So those type of questions might come out with various departments on that. The other one, two pieces I want to comment on is sustainability program. Absolutely continue to grow it. We have opportunities with our plans that we have further discussions to occur associated with that. And then the rural side of that is, it's critical with the climate change, what's happening with our forests, how that plays in the resiliency component, but even further into regional partnerships associated with what we're doing. The regional plan, we just heard from Health and Human Services that there are going to be some really hot topics, and just want to make sure that we're positioned to be able to work on that, and we provide appropriate support to do so for that. So it might beg a question on the resources. I know we have it allocated, just that our staff are covering, Steve, but we have a lesser role, and yet there are going to be elements that spin out of it. And they're more of the ARP type of questions, related to them. But I hope we would work on them. I see the hopping back to sustainability. It's just the beginning. We initiated a program. We're finally investing some in it. We need to grow it, and there are many areas that it goes across the board with it. I'll stop with that. I'll swing back and let's go through the board. I'm going to kind of keep going through a little bit of a rotation of who we start out with. So I think I'm going to swing into Supervisor Horstman, go into I forget my order. So Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Vasquez, like that. And then I'll note that Vice Chair Fowler had to hop off for her second presentation. So Patrice.
Yes, good afternoon. And Jay, thank you so much. You and your staff have always been so incredibly helpful moving forward with various projects and questions that me as a newbie board member have had here at the county. And I want to thank you, Jay, and your staff for all your hard work and for what you give to our community. I really appreciate that. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that obviously construction projects shouldn't be subsidized by public dollars. It shouldn't be subsidized by the county. So I applaud you on your fee study analysis and on your attempts to make your department basically fully recoverable through fees. And I think that's very doable. I'm sorry that it means you have to work so hard, because it means that so many people are there asking for permits, and there does seem to be a real building, I don't know what it is, a building revolution going on right now here in the county. And that's the good and the bad, I guess. But we appreciate you and your staff there at the helm. And Amanda, I am so pleased at all of your and your staff's efforts on the sustainability and to expand the sustainability building program here at the county. Obviously, climate change and the planning, because it's not going away, it's here to stay. And we need to do what we can to be part of the efforts in the country and the state, and even within the city of Flagstaff, on our sustainability and expand that program. And I'm glad to hear you're moving under county manager's office. I think that is the type of priority sustainability deserves. And I look forward to your innovative programs and recommendations to the county. I think that's important. And I know that the JLUS study is unbelievably important. And I know that Chair Ryan has certainly been at the helm of that. So I look forward to getting additional information on that. And last but not least, that renewable energy ordinance that's huge. And I've tried to sit in on some of those discussions and stakeholder meetings, and it's certainly going to be one of the big, quite frankly, one of the big decisions that we make as a Board of Supervisor. And I look forward to working with you all more on the renewable energy ordinance. So I'm glad that your ask is low, Jay, but your work for the county is big. And thank you so much for all you do, and look forward to continuing to work with you both and with your staff as we move forward. I appreciate having you here this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Very endearing.
All right, thank you, Patrice. Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Ryan. I gotta get used to that. But anyway,
same here. I gotta get used to it too.
Oh gosh. Yes. Jay, thank you so much. Since we came on board, you've been very helpful to us, on a lot of areas that we had questions on, and you just came right forth as soon as we requested it, even if you had to come to the office to do that. I so appreciate that. And then also the data, the monies that you're asking for. I think that's something that could really help your work, and it will provide easier access and transparent data recoveries for everyone as a whole. So I think that that's what we need to do, is find ways how to make it easier for our constituents to be able to retrieve or have access, or even to have their needs addressed. So that's one way that I was thinking about this. So your scanning, I think that's definitely needed, and I'm just wanting to tell you that But the other thing is that we all have to look at other budgets, and I know that a lot of other areas of like grants and things like that, if we can, and then certainly we shouldn't be using our own county funds to, work on a lot of projects or a lot of things that need to get done. I think we need to hold others accountable, like through grants or securing grants, or, even making sure that, we get federal fundings, to do that. So I just want to say thank you, Jay, and your staff, for really stepping up, and getting us to where we're at now with our things are happening in our areas. So so one question to you, Jay, what do you think about two guns? I'm just kidding.
He cannot say.
Thanks for
cannot say.
Anyway, so thank you so much, everyone. And so, every department's like that. They're very helpful, and you can just go to them and they'll jump on. I call Kim one evening about the issue, and she called me right back about 9 o'clock, and she says, "Oh," she goes, But anyway, thank you so much, staff, every one of you, whoever's listening, and just that your staff know that, we're very appreciative of them, and that, we'll continue to work with them as much as we can, and whatever we can do, we'll do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Begay.
And then we have Supervisor Vasquez, Random.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Oh, it's a tough act to follow, these ladies. So first off, I just want to say I really appreciate all your hard work of your team. I really appreciated the conversations about sustainability, and I'm looking forward to those conversations about planning moving forward. And I also just wanted to give you your team kudos about the area plans, because I've over the last month I've learned the use and the importance of those area plans during our hearings. And then being part of one of the area plans and sitting through those meetings, going through that process has been really enlightening. And I really appreciate the work that your team's done. And like I said, I'm really excited with the fact that your team is looking into sustainability and looking into, the climate adaptation and planning moving forward, because we're at that critical point in this. We've been talking about it for years, but our window's getting smaller before we're past the point of no return where things are kind of rough. So the more we can be proactive and the more we can continue highlighting sustainability and making that kind of mitigation plan for climate change, the better off we'll be. And so I'm just really excited to hear that from your team, and I'm looking forward to helping be part of those conversations in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Chair Ryan, one more question, and this may be to County Manager Peru. The request for the scanning, document scanning for staff space, again, that sounds like something that was made for ARP. One-time money is kind of made for improve county efficiency, and I assume that's what you're looking at this.
Yes, and so, yes, we put it, we listed it as an ARP, but we did not check the box because that determination is going to be made by the board when you all review other ARP-related projects as a whole. So yes.
Thanks.
So yeah, it's an area, obviously, as we transition into the future, we definitely want to focus on. It's an ARP opportunity. That one that, maybe it's not now, maybe it is, Steve, but the capacity issue is, with all the applications coming in, it's one, I would encourage you just to check in with Jay and see, did he put in the right request? Appreciate you putting the good foot forward for where we are, Jay. And if you can get by, fantastic. It saves us on the budget. But, my understanding is they've been wrestling with it as well.
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, thank you. We could certainly get by without it. It's just an area to improve efficiencies, and it benefits IT as well.
Okay.
No intent to follow through with it, assuming the board supports that.
Thanks.
All right. And so With that, looks like we've wrapped up community development. Oh, you got off pretty easy, Jay. Just give us time. We'll be back at you. All right. Appreciate all the work of your staff, though, and thank you for the presentation. So I would suggest that we take a 10-minute break, give us a chance to come back, have a sit down with staff on, we have various topics that we need to go over to revisit and cap off today on, okay? So it's 3:15, let's come back at 3:25.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, how we doing? Oh, there we go. Guess we're running into the time. How are we doing? Do we have people back? Probably ask you to pop up on screen just so I can see that you're there. All right, there's Patrice. There's Judy. And let's see. There's Geronimo. I think Lena's still doing her presentation. Checking with Steve and staff. Excellent. Okay, there's Steve. All right, here we are. We've come back, and this is the opportunity for discussion, comments, follow up. So actually, I'll probably turn it over to Steve for the first piece of this and see where we go.
I caught myself. I unmuted myself without being told that my mute was on. So Siri's going to be sharing the slide to cover our follow-ups. We don't necessarily need to get through all of them today. We're going to keep a running tally, but just as it's kind of fresh in our minds, these are the topics that we want to present to you today. Walk through the Public Health Service District 10-year plan, and then future follow-up time, and then wrap up on the budget savings by department. So we have a handout there, discussion and some feedback, additional information on the reserve policy and fund balance, some more feedback or some feedback or some additional information on our property tax, SRS, training and certification for recorder retention, ARP, FTEs, and then the requests. We have treasurer, FTE, HHS epidemiology, and HHS mechanical services. So again, for those, I'm not asking or seeking a resolution to it, more discussion to those. When we get to the FTEs, we're going to be looking at all of the requests that come in, and then having a discussion on the pool of requests as it relates to FTEs. And so we can touch upon those things, but these are just the items that we've captured for today. So at this point, Mr. Chair, we have Siri that can go over the 10-year plan for the Public Health Services District.
Okay, so you're going to step into each one of these. Is that what you're saying, Steve? Okay. All right. And let me just pause. Checking in with the soups. You okay with where we're going here? Looks like it looks good. Okay, go ahead. Siri, you're up. And you're not in full screen mode, just to let you know on that.
Oh, go to presentation mode.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Can you see the presentation okay now?
Yeah, but can you switch your screen to presentation mode?
Well,
I know you have
email it to John. Let me
email a hard time doing it. Yeah, for some reason, Siri's technology goes wacko when we ask her to go into presentation mode. So John, can you pick it up and show?
Well, so actually, if you don't mind, I'll start to. I will go to the health district. I think I should be able to share that one. Well, I'll just email John. Let me just email John all the stuff because he's so good at it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Must be one of those holes out in Doney Park there.
Hey.
I'm in my office. It's a county hole.
You're talking about my neighborhood.
Yeah, that's District 4. Excuse me.
Yeah.
To see what happens to me when I speak poorly about Doney Park and you guys.
Well, or District 1, when you speak poorly about District 1, that's when you started choking. I want to point that out, Chair Ryan.
Let's see.
Leave District 4 out of that.
Good people live in District 4.
All right, they're getting feisty.
Right,
I got you guys
John,
going now. Okay.
So I'll tell
this. Okay, John is putting it up.
And then just on the list, we'll go through as much as we can. There's some things we'll need to pause if we make it through, depending on how far down on the list, because we're not quite ready for all of the topics, but we wanted to make sure you saw, what we're working on.
Yeah, those are the things we've been tracking today. Okay, drum roll, please.
Okay. So hopefully you can,
go
actually,
Zoom.
I sent the wrong, I'm sorry, can you close that one? I sent you the wrong, I just noticed I sent you the wrong one. Sorry about that. Almost there.
In the meantime, we can talk about.
In the meantime, just noting, as you went through, you only listed 3 things in HHS, but you also noted that you'll be recording them, and depending upon which one, they'll come back in different versions of the conversation.
When we take, for example, the training and certification, I think we can look at a number of areas within the county where we have certification that's part of that proficiency for that FTE. So we have appraisers, we have building inspectors, we have public fiduciary who has to be a licensed fiduciary. We talked about today about elections technicians that have certification. So this is a good opportunity for us to talk with departments, elected officials, and HR to see, how we might do that. Because I think they bring up an excellent point about, wanting to retain the talent that we have. And more, you're going to see more county functions or government functions that are going to be certified. And that professionalizes that discipline, which we want to support. And so the speaking or the comments on the training and certification would be, to other disciplines within the county. So that's more of the comment with regard to that. And the follow-up we will do on our side. And that was kind of the fill-in before now we got the screen up and Siri can go over the tenure plan. So we're going to pivot back to Siri.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks, Chair Ryan and members of the board. Okay, so what you have in front of you is the health district tenure plan, and it looks similar to the general fund, but there are some differences to walk through. So going across the top here, the fiscal years look the same. We have the solid box around our current budget and our current forecast, so the current fiscal year we're in. And then going down the left-hand side, we have revenues at the top, expenditures at the bottom, with that gray box indicating the net change in fund balance. So you'll see a gray box down towards the bottom. What is different that you'll notice here is that the ending fund balance is basically we zero it out throughout the history of the plan. So we get it down to 0. And the way we do that is by that additional gray shading. If you look under revenues and transfers in, the solid box around additional general fund support is basically a plug number. So that is what keeps the district whole. So if I can go to the fiscal year 21 budget and forecast for a moment, we have our taxes and our payments, so budgeted and our forecast for the current fiscal year. Then there's also some other activity in the health district in terms of licenses and permits that get allocated into the health district fund. And let me pause this. So this health district fund is really just the taxing fund. It is not all of the HHS activities that were just discussed earlier today. So they have grant activities, they have other special revenue funds that are exclusive of this look. This is really just the activities that are within that district fund. So there's different revenues in the top. And one thing you'll also notice is that this intergovernmental line. So they do have some grants that's going into the intergovernmental, but you can see it jumps up in fiscal year 20 to 1.2 million when it had been a couple $100,000 before that. And then the same thing happens in the 21 forecast before it returns to that baseline level. And the reason for that is that's a portion of the Arizona CARES Act dollars that covered public health. And so we were allowed to allocate the Arizona CARES $6 million to both public health and public safety. And the way that we did that was by putting the public safety dollars in the general fund, since that is where those expenses happen and that's where they come out of. And then we put the public health portion of the AZ CARES in the health district fund. And so that was an infusion of dollars into the health district that otherwise would not have come in. So the impact there you can see for the fiscal year 20 actual line, when you go down to that gray net change in fund balance, and if you can move the cursor, great. So really we had originally forecasted a use of fund balance of $1 million, but with vacancy savings and the AZ CARES Act, there was some offset there. And so we actually increased the fund balance by $700,000. And then the same thing is true when we look at the budget compared to the forecast currently for this fiscal year. And really it ties back to that intergovernmental revenue coming in. Moving forward, of course, that comes out and we have our baseline expenses. Now to the discussion earlier today as well in the operations line, this includes operations for some of those programs that are run for public health. And it also includes about $5 million of mandated payments when we look at the fiscal year 21 forecast. So that's going to be our access, our all-tex, our Title 36, some sexual assault exams is all going in the operations line as well. So both are blended in together, but because those mandates have different growth patterns, we really have no control over it. We do have then basically that plug of dollars. So we're leaving our general fund support flat to the amount in excess of our required payment, and then adding to it to keep our fund whole, basically. So we're not, impacting the budget in our plan for health services because of those mandates. We're really backfilling it with general fund in this plan. And then the other line I just want to point out is in the revenue section, right above that additional general fund support box is what's called the general fund MOE, or maintenance of effort. And that is a required payment. And it was calculated on the general fund support for the items that are in the health district when the district was formed. So the general fund that's the minimum required general fund support. So we just have it separated out so we can differentiate between our minimum payment and what we expect to actually contribute to the health district in terms of additional transfers in the future. So I just want to pause and see if that makes sense and see what questions there might be on the health district outlook.
I'll start out and we'll check in with everybody. But one question, which was my question earlier, we were talking about, you mentioned backfill of the general fund to pay off the mandated, but is that in whole or is that in portion? Where did we end up with that? Because we were initially moving towards doing a backfill, and I don't know what it was going to be a recommendation, but where is that now?
So Supervisor Ryan, if I could, and I think Kim is also on the line, but I think that, she and we had the chance to have a little bit of a follow-up discussion after the meeting. And I think that we agreed on working on this further and coming up with some more creative solutions that will help increase the flexibility to HHS so that when they have savings, there's not this dilution to the mandates. That's not the intent. So this general fund transfer ultimately will fund the district to the amount it needs. And so if the department has, say, salary savings, for example, to reallocate to something else, that is within their budget authority to do currently. And they don't have to be tied to, if the mandates go up, then, reallocating, say, the turnover savings in the current year to those mandates. So we can work on that together, I think, and figure out what the best way is forward to have them still in the district, because it is important for other reasons. And I'll circle back to that, but still give autonomy outside of the mandates to the department in order to use their budget as according to their needs.
Okay, I did follow you on that one, Siri. Yes, so we will keep them in there, but the impact and the increase of expenses, it's not going to affect their operational components that we have at this point. And you'll continue to work on, how formulaically you do that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, swing back to, go ahead.
And if I could just point out, so one thing is that the taxes, again, for next year is forecasted 4.96 million. And just as a reminder, then those mandated payments are about $5 million. So there is somewhat of a connection just for the purposes of, because sometimes we do get the question in terms of, well, we have a public health district, so, we should be able to go and conquer, the world of public health. But in reality, there's almost a one-to-one relationship between the taxes we collect and the payments we make back to the state for mandates.
Mm-hmm. And hence the question of what are we going to do and how do we do it? Okay, so we definitely want to stick to our mission with public health, but also address the impact of that growing state unfunded mandate, so to speak. Okay, let me turn to the board members. Looks like I have Judy up there. Go ahead, Judy.
You're muted.
Oh, okay. It's catchy from Chair Ryan. You're muted, see? Siri, thank you for this presentation. I really don't have any comments right now, but as we go further, I'm pretty sure I will. But the fund balances, I know that we have to FY25, you will be they'll be evened out. So that's what we should be shooting for at that point in time, or you know, in any areas when your beginning and ending fund balances are zeroed out. So that's the only thing that I observed, and which is a good plan. You know, if it had been continuing with other numbers in there, then it would have been something that, you know, we had to work on. So anyway, I have a question on forecasted turnover savings. What is that?
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. So just naturally, as we've seen as an organization, we have turnover. And so we factor that in because when a position turns over,
Okay.
a lot of times there's time for recruitment. So it's vacancy savings.
I thought that was pie turnovers. Okay, I'm just kidding. No, I see. Is that time of the day? Okay. Thank you for your explanation.
Hopefully Apple. We have Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead, Patrice.
So my question is, I mean, one of the big expenses is Title 36, which is just increasing almost hour by hour. But anyway, Title 36, is that coming out of the health district budget or HHS budget?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. It is included in the health district budget. And these dollars, really a blend of the tax dollars, the maintenance of effort, and the additional general fund support go in to offset the cost of all mandates along with all the programs happening. But yes, it is included. And so that is why we can see, in comparison to, say, the general fund, this operations line increases much more rapidly at a higher growth rate.
Supervisor Vasquez, you want to mute yourself?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Siri, can you go through that again?
Sure. The operations line here includes those mandated payments. And so there is a much higher growth rate plugged in here. It does reflect an anticipated higher growth in some of those mandates, in particular, the Title 36.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. That's my question.
Yeah, continuing conversation. Yeah. As well as what do we do with the state and the impacts associated with it.
Well, and I know there's been legislation to hopefully have the state start paying for some of this, but yeah, you can see how important that is. So it's crazy.
Yeah, we're in a continued legislative discussion on these things.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I bring up Supervisor Vasquez, I want to note that he take a look at his background there. All right, Supervisor Vasquez.
All right, thank you. It must be that time of day because I was not connecting all the dots, but then in the previous question, my question that I was going to answer got answered. So I'm actually good. Good job on the presentation. It makes a lot more sense now, and really appreciate all the work that we do towards public health with this pandemic and everything that's been crucial. And so, the team's been doing a great job. So good job, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, it looks like you have the peaks from District 2 in there. Thank you.
No. No. I took that photo. That photo is taken in District 1.
I thought I'm looking at Dry Lake Hills, so it must be from Buffalo Park then, huh?
It's from Buffalo. It's from
Oh, there you
Buffalo
go.
Park.
Ah, well, you better work on that, Geronimo.
All right. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know I needed to go get my own picture from District 2, but I'll do that now.
Oh, I better get this meeting back on track here. Steve or Siri?
Let's see, Siri. So are we done with the 10-year plan, Siri?
Yes, thank
We can
you.
go back to the slide.
So John, if you can, oh, sorry. If you can pull up the next handout, so then one of the next follow-up items we had was was a request for more details on the savings. So the $3 million or $4 million target, really 4 million with our traditional vacancy savings. So we do have a handout to show you, and we'll email it out as well. That really shows the department information. And there's definitely some clarifying information to point out before we start looking at all the departments. But so this is general fund only. Of course, there are other funds like the transportation fund in public works, for example, who also did do their own exercise of finding savings and do a budget adjustment for those savings. It's not reflected here because we were talking specifically about the $4 million general fund target. But I do want to recognize those efforts of public works. Then just to orientate you to the columns. So the first one, operations. What this is the actual budget amendment that was done to pull funds back out of the department's budgets in either operating or travel or some combination. Doesn't mean departments won't contribute more at the end of the year in operational savings. That could very well happen where they come in under budget. That is not reflected here. This only is the result of the conversations we had with the departments where they, brought forward what they would voluntarily early on in the fiscal year commit to, and we did adjust that out of their budgets. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And then the vacancy is a forecast. And what the vacancy forecast is based on is our year-to-date information, also being informed by those department estimates that were entered. I had a chance to touch base with a few of the departments where if we were forecasting one number and the entry was different, we talked about why earlier today. And so we were able to come up with a good forecast of vacancy savings. Now, again, circumstances may change by the end of the year. So we may have more turnover in a department not reflected here that may have more vacancy savings. Or conversely, maybe a hire happens sooner, or a salary offer is made that's higher than expected. And so there's fewer vacancy savings. And so it's really a point in time forecast. But what this is intended to do is really show the net effect of those vacancy review decisions that have been talked about. Because putting it in terms of dollars, as I noted earlier, sometimes position savings were reallocated towards temp wages or overtime and things like that. So this really shows the current forecast. And then just for scale, off to the right on the vacancy savings, since that is such a significant part of this, we did also show compared to the original personnel budget, so salary, wages, employer benefits, and other employer costs, so employer related expenses, what percentage of that original budget is the vacancy forecast? So that's what this shows. And we will email it out so you can take a look at it at your leisure. I mean, certainly there are some departments where they had other needs operationally and had to shift, so they had vacancy savings, for example, facilities, and they had made a request to move those vacancy savings to cover some other necessary operating items that had been approved. So they just needed to move the money, and therefore it wasn't going towards the vacancy target, but it was going towards other initiatives that they had discussed and were determined to be necessary. And then there are other departments, that are just much smaller in nature. So the constable, for example, really doesn't have vacancy savings because it's a couple of, elected officials. And so they have a salary set by statute, and we really can't pay more or less than that salary. And so therefore there really isn't any vacancy savings there. So, there's different explanations for the numbers that are included here, but this is, our point in time, and definitely at the end of the year, this is something that we do like to follow up with to the board in terms of our performance in total. What's our budget? What were our actuals by department? So you'll get the trued up or the, the final numbers at some point as a follow-up to the performance of fiscal year 21. And so again, if perhaps a department comes in under budget and they're operating, but they hadn't expected to, we can reflect that in that information at the time, once all the dust is kind of settled and we've paid all the bills. I also want to note, so there's two little superscripts, so little reference points, an A and a B. So for human resources, we wanted to note that human resources, while they had a 3% anticipated vacancy savings for the year, they did contribute significant staff to other departments to fill vacancies and to help with initiatives that were, or work that was happening in other departments. We did have, really most departments, if they weren't on the receiving end of that, a lot of them did, at least for some period of time, loan staff to emergency response for COVID as well. But what is above and kind of beyond that is reflected in human resources, and it's not going to show up in their numbers, but we definitely wanted to point that out. And then the same thing for public works as well. So for example, when the executive assistant position was vacant, Sean came over and filled that role on behalf of the county manager's office. And they had other staff that also were reassigned to other departments as an additional contribution. And public works, again, is primarily funded with transportation dollars, and that's why their savings are not showing on this summary. And so that's what I have. I'm happy to answer questions. It might be better if I just email this out and we can touch base on it. Additional questions once you have a chance to review, I'm happy to do that as well.
Can you go up to the top just for a second, Siri, just so I can, okay, that's, yeah, I was just, well, it's kind of telling on that too, although it doesn't show everything. So be noted, but where did we have predominant vacancies, and some of the discussions of concern associated with it, limited contributions associated with that. So, all right. Well, that's very helpful. Any questions or comments from the board? No.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Siri. Steve or Siri?
Mr. Chair, just want to take a pause real quick. So there, we're not going to discuss SRS, secure rural schools, because it's important that the superintendent of schools be here when we have that discussion. And so we're not going to have that discussion right now. I think there was some information on the reserve policy and fund balance series, so I'll ask Siri to present that.
Yes, thank you, Steve, and Chair Ryan and members of the board. So I think John has the presentation. We have a slide on the reserve policies to follow up from some of the questions. So just a reminder from yesterday's information, we did fold in a recommendation for increasing the emergency reserve. So in total, our reserves are 15% right now. And the assumption that we built into the current 10-year plan outlook is to increase that to 20%. And I think the slide that John will be pulling up will explain a little bit more about that. And we can talk through the reasoning behind it and kind of the whys for that recommendation. So we'll wait for that.
And Siri, do we have the total dollars that you're talking about in terms of an increase for reserves?
Yes, Supervisor Horstman, thank you. So a 5% increase in reserve really sets aside an additional $3.5 to $4 million, depending on the year, because it's a revenue-based percentage. But if we can, sorry.
Sorry, Siri, is this what you're looking for?
No, I think it would be an email with an attachment titled parking lot and sent at 3:33 today.
Got it.
Thanks. So while he's pulling that up, I can start speaking to it. So one of the resources on reserves is, of course, the government finance best practices. So I had mentioned we're a little bit low compared to other governments. The best practice is to start with no less than 60 days or 2 months of a reserve. And that's 16.67% if you were to do the math on what 60 days looks like. And then really each organization is asked to think of those considerations that may require more than that minimum. So one of them being, is the jurisdiction dependent on cyclical or volatile revenue? So again, recalling the presentation yesterday, over 50% of our general fund does come from more volatile revenue from state church sales tax and county sales tax. So we would check that box. Are there debt service requirements? That is something, again, new in our fiscal year 22 budget, but now we are also checking that box. And then, is the organization vulnerable to natural disasters? So do we have to have reserves set aside for emergency response type activities? Another box we would check that would put us typically above that minimum 2-month reserve. There was also, I would actually, on the cash flow side of things, we do have at least a 6-week delay in our sales tax when we get it. So if sales are occurring in July for our fiscal year, if we end the year with anything less than at least of reserve, we can't cover the expenses that are tied to sales tax revenue coming in, which is an important source. And then also, just a reminder that our property tax collections tend to happen more heavily in October. And then later in the year, December and April as well. And so from a cash flow perspective, we do have some delays in collecting our revenue. So we tend to, from a cash flow perspective, live off of what was remitted or what we've received in prior fiscal years to cover some of the bills in the next fiscal year. So depleting our reserves would change our cash flow outlook. So one of the questions was, what do other organizations have for their policies? So from a local perspective, I was able to find the City of Flagstaff policy, which is 20%, and then Coconino Community College is 4 months or 33%. Then another resource that I went to was the Government Finance Officers Association community. And so really this was a question I posed on the Facebook page, and I also looked back at other people who had posted as well. So basically the community of people who are involved in GFOA and best practices. And I asked what the reserve policy was. So I took a little, it's definitely an informal survey, but you can see the results as of a few hours ago to that query. I will say, although it's an informal, so it's going to include cities, other government agencies, the people who respond and who are active in the community generally tend to be those people who are more interested in best practices and maybe more, looking to apply them. So not only did I get responses to my survey, I got lots of good information about, well, it depends on, have you thought about this or that, or other helpful and friendly advice. So you can see we're currently, this doesn't include us, there were 2 organizations that responded that were at our policy level of 15%. There were a few that were at that minimum recommendation of 2 months. So 4 organizations at the 20%, which is what we're recommending. And then quite a few that were higher than that. So that's kind of just how the distribution shook out.
Sure.
Can I ask you, what is GFOA? We've got a lot of acronyms going on here, and I'm not sure I know all of them.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. I should have spelled that out. So Government Finance Officers Association. So it really is the best.
What is that? Can you tell me what that is and what does that include?
Sure. So that is really the organization that puts out standards and best practices in government finance, in addition to the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which is really the accounting rules that we follow as government organizations. But GFOA is really the professional organization for anybody who's in government finance, whether they're at a community college or a city or a county, anyone who's following really governmental accounting standards is typically going to be a member of GFOA, and GFOA is a governing body, focuses on best practices. They're the ones who prescribe what a budget document should look like, what a comprehensive financial report should look like, those kinds of things.
So we don't know then if these people are community college or a city or a fire district, or, is that correct?
That is correct.
So, okay, so I'm not, without breaking that down, I'm not sure what that's telling us, but I guess what you're saying is that this is standard practice across a number of government agencies to utilize a larger reserve is really what that says.
That is correct.
Yeah, and we've often used best practices from GFOA as we've developed our policies on these. I found it's in your acronym list, so I was double checking to see if you had it in there in the tab.
That's good. I did not memorize that list, and I probably won't. So it'd be great.
No.
So can we talk about this here for just a second?
Sure. Yep.
And by the way, I'm not suggesting, I just wanted to know, I mean, I feel that information is powerful. And so I'm not necessarily suggesting what we should or should not do. I was just surprised to see, since we're talking about $3 or $4 million additional set aside, you know, that is something that I think we as a board need to talk about. That's a huge policy change. And I just think it's something we need to talk about, understand, and know, you know, and that's kind of why I called it to you know, yesterday, I guess it was yesterday, how time flies, on this. And, you know, for many years, you know, the Coconino County has used this 10-year planning process that Mike Townsend came up with very effectively, and included, you know, the 15% total reserves. So I was wondering if there, and I get that we're volatile. I get that we are prone to natural disasters. And I don't know, for example, if our other special districts, for example, our flood control district, if they've got reserves set aside. But it would seem to me that that would be appropriate for them to have some reserves set aside. So the way I'm looking at this is that the board, I wasn't on it then, but the board adopted a very conservative budget in 2020. And I understand that a lot of folks, or I'm sorry, 2021, and a lot of folks felt maybe that they weren't heard in terms of their needs. And I know that's something I've heard the county manager, when he was interviewing the departments, when he was coming on board, talking to us about. And so for us to come off a very lean year, and it was for good reasons, congratulations to the former Board of Supervisors for doing that. That was so appropriate and so necessary. Our projections for this year are somewhat better than we had forecasted. And so we're in a better position. So again, I just think we should talk about this. You know, is this the time, since we had such a conservative budget process for 2021, is this the time to take these $3 to $4 million of reserves out of our budget discussion in terms of spending it on other departments? And it may be, I mean, I'm really just laying out the question, because, you know, certainly we have lots of needs, and I don't want to, there's never going to be enough money. We know that. We're never going to be able to have all of our needs met, right? We aren't even going to be able to have all of the top priority needs met. It's implicit in the whole process of government revenue and government expenditures. So I get that. But I just think that if we were trying to put aside another 3 or 4 million set aside from now and in the future, we really need to look at that. Should we phase it in? If the standard of it is 16, what did you say? 16 point some percent. You know, should we phase this in and phase it in over a few years so that it gives us a little bit more of revenue, or I'm sorry, a little bit more of money that we can look for departmental needs. And again, I'm just raising the issue. I'm not even sure where I stand on it, but I didn't want this to just be a done deal. I think that this is a big policy change that the board needs to have full discussion on and make a knowing decision on. So,
Mr. Chair.
thanks, Gary. I appreciate the information very much.
Go ahead, Steve.
Supervisors, plural. During the budget process, this is when we have, discussions on policy related to the budget. This is one of those policies. So for staff and, to present options to the board is certainly in line with that process. And so, depending on where the board wants to go, there is no done deal on the part of staff. We bring the options and the information to the board, and it certainly is within the board's purview. Ask questions, ask for options if you want. If scenarios are fine. We will certainly provide any additional information. The information we're providing today is we're collecting that over time, but rest assured we will certainly do what the majority of the board wishes to do with regard to the policy. But again, when we're talking about the budget process, it seems like the best time to present budget and these types of policies are within the context of the budget, because we're already kind of thinking in that, you probably have more appreciation, not that you didn't have enough, but additional insight and context with regard to the 10-year plan than we did 2 weeks ago or a month ago. And so when we bring this information to you, it's in the context of all the conversations we're having. But again, it certainly is, we will provide scenarios, options. There certainly is pros and cons, advantages, disadvantages, whatever you want to, label this with regard to the timing of this. And so phasing it in, our staff role is to provide the information to you, depending on what direction you feel to go. We'll certainly give you the staff perspective with regard to the advantage or the disadvantage of doing that. So again, that's our role as staff.
And you understand, that's great. I think now is the time to discuss it. 100%. I agree with that 100%. Now is the time. I just wanted to make sure we had the board had understood that, because it's a lot. And we just need to have a full discussion on that.
But Mr. Chair, I would, Supervisor Horstman and others, we certainly do not want to squeeze this discussion in the final hour of today. Again, this is a broad discussion. We can certainly slot some time in the next 10 days, since we're going to be together talking about budget, to have a fuller, broader discussion about it. But again, I certainly don't want you to feel that we're expediting a conversation that needs to be broader. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to respond on this. And yeah, I was thinking about it also, Patrice, when I saw it and thought, yeah, we definitely need to have a discussion on it. It is a recommendation associated with best practices. And in terms of other districts, I don't remember if all of them have a reserve. Some of them do, if not all of them do have reserves that we've created. And worked within various organizations, which I'm sure you've seen your versions too, where there's some level of dysfunction that they don't have reserves, they get caught off guard. How do we prepare? So then it becomes a question of it is approximately 5 million or 4 million, somewhere in that range, modification that we're incorporating into this year. It does beg the question of how do we look at it overall as we're weighing out these other decisions, which I think you're saying also. And can we do it all this year, or is it really right for this year? I think it would be good for us to see where our discussions go as we get to the conclusion of the budget process on can we bite off that much? Or do we want to do an incremental piece of it? It's a best practice, I think it would be good for us, do we all acknowledge that? Do we want to move that way? If so, how do we want to approach it? But I don't think we have enough information yet until we get through, let's see all the cause and effect of the budget. And that's where it would make sense. And, as we do the follow-up conversations on that. But, I don't know if you want to respond, Patrice, but, we can go to the other board members on this as well.
I'm with you, Chair Ryan, I agree 100% on that.
Okay. Other board members, do you thoughts?
I agree with the conversations that we need to have. And again, we don't know. I think at the time that we hear from everybody, then we really would know exactly where we stand in some of the areas that we and how much need we really have. So I think that certainly we have to discuss it. It's got to be discussed and put on the table, and as we go along. So otherwise, I agree. I totally agree.
Okay.
And I just want to say, if we're going to be doing the reserves, I want to make sure that we get some money in the community initiative accounts, especially for District 4.
I thought District 4 was the reserve for all the other districts there.
Yeah.
All right. Geronimo.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with looking at the reserve, and you always want to have more saves than less. So I think that's a good idea. But I also want to see, as we go through this process and whatnot, the really big thing that stood out to me today overall was it sounds like in a lot of different areas we're going to come down to, is it going to be additional support in terms of FTEs to the department, or a raise for people? And that's a hard conversation to have, but that's what I walked away with from today, and I hope, we can go through and after going through these presentations, really find out what's win-win for each department that makes the most sense, because is a raise really worth it to you if you're burned out and overworked? Sometimes it's worth to give a little less, take a little less, but get more support or more help. So just wanted to throw that out there in the conversation. As far as these numbers, I can't see straight anymore. I'm still digesting, everything that's coming in. I appreciate all the work and all the presentations from everybody. And we have how many days left? 9 more days? 8 more days?
Yeah.
So, but thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. And I think we're on the right path. And I think there were a lot of reasonable asks today. And again, I think we're just going to have to come down to, what's win-win for everybody? What can we give up? What can we all collectively give up so we can all collectively gain? So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And so I think, you can see we'll have the opportunity to continue this discussion as we get to the tail end of, the board discussions on the budget, but worth touching on. And then, we'll see how it presents with the other pieces. Okay, next up.
I think at this point in time, without the board's objection, I would like to say that we would be done on the staff side for presenting in terms of follow-up. We've got other items we need to do more research on, but what you see on the slide were just the running tally of some of those subjects. And so unless there's additional direction from the board, we would be concluding our conversation at this time on the staff side, but we're here for you guys.
Well, I had my Starbucks and I had 3 shots. I'm ready to roll on it.
I have a question, Steve. I may have misspoken. I had in my notes that Amanda Atchison was relocating the county sustainability program to county managers. That has not been decided. Is that because that was on?
This is the first I've heard of it.
It was on the PowerPoint presentation.
Obviously I need to catch up with the staff, and I will do that. Lucinda, we're good. We're gonna, I'll take care of that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to misspeak if in fact, but it was on the PowerPoint, so I just wrote it down.
So, and probably a note on that was, we had direction last year. We're stepping into new directions. As Steve's stepping into the manager's position, is this the direction or not? I think there's opportunity for Steve to follow up on that.
I'm cool either way.
Okay.
We can deal with it. It's all,
Okay.
there's not a bad side to it, but again,
It's your call.
I didn't need to get any.
Whatever works
It's
for
like,
you.
cool. I mean, I like everyone involved, so it's not a bad deal at all. so again,
We're going to move that into District 4 also, based on the last request. Actually, just a note on, I was teasing a little bit about the coffee, but you'll find I got in the habit of having a collection go around, and we would bring in coffees when we were together live, and it usually was about 1:30ish, because you're on that drop off after lunch, and thinking's hard. You can see it wears you out, and as Geronimo had mentioned, my mind's, getting all twisted, something like that. You said, we start to see double with numbers, because we handle a lot of big issues, and it's thinking all day long. It will wear you out. So we'll develop a different way of pacing. But when we come together, I'll start collecting in that pool so we can go out and get coffee to keep us rolling along. In the meantime, you might want to think about it.
You bought last time, Chair Ryan. So, we're going to have to all buy you a cup here soon. So.
Yeah, we'll put a pool together. All right. Well, I think we've about worn it out for today. And so let's pause for a second. Tomorrow morning, we're scheduled for the 8 o'clock. We got it into a little bit more discussion today. We might need a little bit more, but what do you think, Steve? You thinking the same time, or you want to go a little bit earlier? I know we're posted for 8 o'clock.
Why don't we want to split the difference, 8:15 start?
Okay. All right. We just barely ran up to boundary this morning, so with very little that we anticipated. So
because then
8:15.
Yeah, the public defender. So we'll go live at 8:15 to catch up on a few issues, and then the public defender is scheduled for 8:45, legal defender 9:45, and then we break. So again, but 8:15 would be a good time to go live.
And thank you for putting the breaks in there, guys. That looks good. Well, we're definitely, it's good for us to pause just to get a breather, if not just a bio break. All right, and legal defender, Board of Supervisors, juvenile adult probation, county administration tomorrow. With that, any final last words from everybody?
Great job, you all. This has been really an incredible effort on the county's part, and thank you all for your hard work. Makes our job so much easier. Really appreciate it.
Isn't it fascinating, all the different topics? There's a lifetime of topics we discover doing this. All right, well done. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. See everybody tomorrow at 8:15. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.